Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Tuesday, September 14th, 2004. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We're as close to it as possible. Meetings are open to the public, and we do invite you to join us. For members of the public unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. Members, before beginning with the matters appearing on today's agenda, this being Tuesday and the first meeting of the week, it is our custom to have our salute to the flag and a moment of inspiration. Let me recognize Councilmember Garcetti to lead us in both.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I've just asked somebody to do our moment of inspiration very spontaneously, and she has very graciously agreed to go ahead and give us a few thoughts that will hopefully inspire us this week. I know that you have all been inspired by her work in the past and who she is and what she stands for, but please join me in welcoming the actor Daryl Hannah.
Good morning. Well, I guess as my moment of inspiration, I'd like to bring up the idea of perhaps protecting this beautiful city and state and our country by getting off our out-and-out addiction to that flammable goo, oil that is, and exploring our alternatives, which we have, and I personally run my vehicle on recycled French fry grease from fast food restaurants called biodiesel, otherwise known as B100 because it's 100% with no petroleum in it whatsoever, and it doesn't cause greenhouse gases and has a closed carbon loop, which means that the carbon dioxide that's emitted is the same that's consumed when the plants are grown. And then we wouldn't have to go to war for oil. So this city was sort of built around automobiles, and we can't seem to get our public transportation system to take care of our citizens as well as we would like. So since people still have to drive cars, I think it's a good thing to look into the alternatives. We have great electric vehicles and hybrids as well. So more power to them, and thank you very much.
Will you lead the Pledge of Allegiance too? Like one last thing?
Okay, with you or?
Yeah, we'll do it together. Okay, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together. If I can ask everybody please to rise. Place your hand over the heart.
You speak into the mic.
Repeat after us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's give Daryl Hannah a big hand. Thanks so much.
President, Daryl right here. Is Paige Adler your sister? Now, she's a moment of inspiration. Stand up for a second. Paige Adler led the way to build a camp for children of need in this county. So the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. Your sister is a wonderful Angelino. With the Hole in the Wall gang, they built a camp out in North LA County. So let's salute the sisters, both Daryl Hannah and Paige Adler. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great joy, colleagues, today to present to you one of the pioneers of American independent cinema and one of the handful of top artists in this country, Mr. John Sayles. Will you please give him a round of applause as he comes up? Mr. John Sayles, you know as a screenwriter, a writer, a director, a producer, an editor of more than 15 films, and somebody who's provided valuable creative input to countless films more. With his partner, Maggie Renzi, who has produced and worked on almost every one of his movies, John Sayles has enriched American film culture through topical, insightful filmmaking. We even heard that Jack Weiss went on his first date at a John Sayles movie right here. And he examines everything from politics, race, history, and always above all, the human condition and human character. It's especially gratifying to have John here today before the City Council, but because what distinguishes his filmmaking is a quality that unfortunately is too far lacking today in American cinema. While Sayles is known for his ability to make any script more compelling, to make a thriller more thrilling, or dialogue more snappy, his own work is unique, with his attention to community, to society, to the ways that individuals' lives and fates are embedded in the context of their village or their society, whether he's showing three people on an island in limbo or divided company town in the Union drama Matewan. Sayles shows how our lives take place in communities, together, and not alone. It would take too long here today to list all the accomplishments that John has in his career and all the folks that are here with him, really supporting him and supporting an effort. But I'm pleased to announce that today, on the release of new film Silver City, which will be premiering tonight in Hollywood, John Sayles and Maggie Renzi and their spectacular cast, and I'd like to just mention who's here today. You heard, of course, from Daryl Hannah. We have Chris Cooper, Billy Zane, Thora Birch, Michael Murphy, Danny Houston, Haskell Wexler, David Clemen, Sal Lopez, Luis Saguar, and Sam Tedesco are all with us as well. That they have come here on what's called the Silver City Voter Registration Express. It's parked outside right now over there on Main Street, trying to promote civic engagement and protecting the environment. Had some nice conversations with both John and with Daryl Hannah before about how easy it is in some ways to take action, and yet how we still have a disconnect between our politics and the environment, between participation and leadership in our communities quite often, and the actual engagement that we so badly need. So I'd like to also introduce their partners in this effort. This Express has been in other cities, registering people to vote, bringing their attention to the environment and issues which are brought to bear in the film as well. But their partners in this effort, Mario Velasquez from Fuerza Latina, if you'd please be recognized. And of course, the great Sharon Lawrence of Earth Communications Office. Sharon, thank you. They are all here today on the Silver City Voter Registration Express. With that, I'd like to present this to John Sayles, this resolution on behalf of the entire city and the City Council, and hear some words of wisdom from this great creator. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'd like to thank Eric and the Los Angeles City Council. It's a great honor. There were times when I couldn't get arrested in this town. Los Angeles is one of the great cities of the world, and it's one of the most ethnically diverse cities in the world. I always feel like our UN ambassadors should be forced to work here for about 6 months before they go on to the United Nations. Los Angeles is also a city of many artists. They work in theater, music, graphic arts, dance, and they're often the people who build the first bridges between ethnic groups, between classes. They're also the first people who often are the ones to set up a hue and cry when some of our communities are in trouble. We make movies. I'm not a Hollywood filmmaker, although I do come out here as a screenwriter very often. And one of the main things that we try to do with our movies is have them be entertaining, have them be, enjoyable and interesting, but also have something about real life in them to deal with the things that are going on in the country and help the cultural conversation. Democracy is a conversation between the governed and the people who they vote for to represent them, and sometimes that conversation gets a little one-sided. And one of the things that we're trying to do with Silver City and other movies is make that a more complete and more inclusive conversation. We're going to be going around today in our bus and kind of sprinkling local activists around like Johnny Appleseed, leaving them to register people to vote. And once again, I'd like to thank you for your support and your helping us get some focus on this effort.
Don't go away yet. And just in closing, I forgot to mention probably the most important thing, which is today in Los Angeles, we have declared this to be John Sayles Day. Congratulations to the entire cast, and we wish you the best.
Mr. Labange.
Hey, John, congratulations to you and everyone who's on that bus. But Haskell Wexler, stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest cinematographers, one of the greatest cameramen of all time. And we talk about, getting people and registered people to vote and getting them involved. Your movie, Bound for Glory, and the way you photographed it, all Americans from Maine to California, from Washington to Florida to see again, because it truly talks of Woody Guthrie and all of the history of really, which is about the great struggles of the 20s and 30s that led us to the 40s and 50s, and it's always a struggle, but it's something that we always got to fight for, and getting people to vote is the most important thing. Mr. Garcetti, thank you, and I want you all to know on that bus that Eric is a Rhodes Scholar, and I kid him a little about that, because he's not just from San Fernando Road, he truly is an honored man. Give Eric Garcetti a great hand on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. For our next presentation, let me recognize Councilmember Zine.
We're all getting our pictures taken.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as we bring order back to the chamber, this is Deaf Awareness Month, and I have a presentation to make to Louise Solka. Louise, if you'll please come forward with your husband, who's standing with you. Where is he? Come on. Oh, you want to take pictures? Well, come on. We'll get you on camera, then you can go back. You took the time to come down with your wonderful wife. We should get you here on camera. Louise Solka and her husband, Rocky. Thank you, Rocky. Now go take pictures. I'm just kidding. You can stay. Sign language interpreter coordinator at Pierce College. Louise has been coordinating the interpreting services at Pierce College for the past 9.5 years. She is a 1985 graduate of the interpreter training program at Pierce College. She's nationally certified by the Register of Interpreters for the Deaf, holding both a Certificate of Interpretation and Certificate of Transliteration. Completed her studies and received her BA in Deaf Studies from California State University next fall. Married to Rocky and has 2 daughters, ages 5 and 7, and their names are? Allison and Jessica. She used to live in the San Fernando Valley and moved west to the Simi Valley. Also, she volunteers at her daughter's schools teaching the students and teachers sign language. And I'm pleased, on behalf of the City Council, to present to you the recognition of your service to the people of Los Angeles, your dedication of heart and hand to the needs of friends, neighbors, and fellow members of our society. This certificate is a measure of your devotion of service to the people for Deaf Awareness Month, September 14th, 2004. Louise, congratulations. And we can applaud Louise for her wonderful efforts, and Rocky for being there with her and the family. And the microphone for some comments.
Thank you very much for the honor.
You're very welcome for the honor. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And members of the council, I know all of us have a special presentation as part of Deaf Awareness Month, but let us, if we can, wait for Mr. Cardenas to facilitate the series of presentations we have. We do have a couple of other more urgent presentations, and then I do want to dispense with consent items and then return to the presentations. For our next presentation, let me recognize Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, colleagues. This is an extraordinary group of people that I'm standing here with, and in a few moments you're going to hear their stories. We are very privileged in this city to be home to not just a city class or state class or national class, just one of a world-class institution, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, which does some of the most important human rights work that has ever been done on the planet. The Simon Wiesenthal Center, it is an ecumenical body that reaches out throughout the globe to find human rights abuses, to put the spotlight on human rights abusers, and to put an end to them. And the Simon Wiesenthal Center yesterday hosted an extraordinary conference on the horrible abuses in the area of human rights in North Korea. Our mayor was there. You might have seen the article in the Los Angeles Times this morning. And it was an extraordinary and historic conference, and they will continue to do everything they can to put this issue of the extraordinary levels of degradation of man's inhumanity to man that is occurring right now in North Korea. To tell us a little bit more about the Simon Wiesenthal Center's efforts in this area and about who we have with us. And folks, so you know, we have refugees here from North Korea, people who have been abused by that horrible dictatorship regime in North Korea. We have them here with us to tell us more about them and their stories. Is the Associate Dean of the Simon Wiesenthal Center and my very good friend, Rabbi Abraham Cooper. Rabbi Cooper.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilman Weiss. And first of all, on behalf of everyone at the Wiesenthal Center, I'd like to wish everyone in this building a Shana Tova, a happy and healthy New Year. The Jewish New Year begins Wednesday night. We are here with a group of individuals who have suffered in the North Korean Gulag, in southern China, the types of human rights abuses we have not learned about since the end of the Second World War. We had an incredibly powerful time yesterday listening, putting a human face on the terrible tragedy, an unnecessary tragedy of the North Korean people. And it was over at the Museum of Tolerance. I also think that it's a good idea for us to pause for a moment because we take everything about this building for granted. When a North Korean citizen is brought to a place of power, it means it's the end of the line. In North Korea, when you come to a hotel room, they have a unique kind of radio. It's got one button, on and off. So for these refugees who've shown great courage to identify themselves publicly, to come to the seat of power of our city, here, this is the chamber of the people, by the people and for the people. So I think it's also a great empowerment for them. And if I can allow or ask everyone in the chambers just to take a moment, I'm going to ask a great human rights leader from Washington, Suzanne Schulte, to take a moment and introduce each of these heroic individuals. Suzanne?
You know, for many years we suspected that there were horrible abuses occurring in North Korea. And it wasn't until refugees started to flee that regime that we found the horrible truth that we suspected was true. The defectors that are with me represent the two horrors that are going on in North Korea. They represent survivors of the political prisoner camps where at least 200,000 people are imprisoned for such crimes as listening to a foreign radio broadcast, believing in God, or not properly bowing before Kim Jong-il's statue. The other group of defectors represent refugees that have fled into China, that have suffered horrible human rights abuses, women that have been trafficked, women that have been in hiding trying to flee from the Chinese police because the Chinese do not recognize them as political refugees and repatriate them to North Korea, where they can be imprisoned and executed for the crime of leaving the country. I'd like to briefly introduce each of the witnesses that came forward. It's because of the bravery of these men and women that we know about the human rights situation in North Korea. First, Soon-Ok Lee. She was a survivor of the political prisoner camps in North Korea, tortured and abused for a year and a half for not confessing to a crime that she didn't commit. She was a prisoner in Gaechon Penitentiary along with 6,000 women. Most of them were housewives who'd complained about the food situation in North Korea during the famine, and that was a crime against the state. Another survivor, by the way, her picture was in the LA Times today. Another survivor of the political prisoner camps, Kim Young. He's a Los Angeles native now, or Los Angeles citizen now. He was a survivor of political prisoner camps. He was imprisoned. He was orphaned, but he was imprisoned when the state found out that his father had been accused of spying and executed. And because they found out that his father had committed a crime, they put him in a political prisoner camp. This is Kim Young. An Hyok. An Hyok was put in a political prisoner camp for the crime of taking a trip to China. And since it's a crime against the state to leave the country, he was put in a concentration camp known as Yodak. And he's the founder of the Democracy Network Against the North Korean Gulag, An Hyok. Deng Chal Choi. Because Deng Chal Choi's mother was convicted of a crime, his mother Soon-Ok Lee, he was sent to a labor camp, a tobacco farm to work. He is the U.S. representative of the Democracy Network Against the North Korean Gulag, Deng Chal Choi. Our next defectors are women who suffered horrible abuse in China when they escaped North Korea, some with their families. I'm going to introduce each one of them. The first is Nanny Bion. Nanny Bion had to hide from the Chinese police for several years when she was trying to survive because her family was starving to death. Her brother was executed because he had taken a trip to China, and she finally made it to South Korea in the year 2002, and some of her members of her family, her older sister, she doesn't know what happened to her older sister. Her older sister was sold into sexual slavery in China. Nanny Bion. Ji Ha-nam was put in a political prisoner camp for the crime of singing a South Korean song. She was beaten and tortured in the camp. When she was released, she fled to China, where she was a victim of sexual trafficking until she finally escaped to South Korea. Ji Ha-nam. Oh Young-hui was a gymnast who competed in the Olympic competition in Hong Kong. She was also a member of Kim Jong-il's Joy Team, and then she was a coach for the synchronized North Korean Olympics gymnastic team. She escaped with her husband and 2 children into China, had to hide as a refugee from the Chinese police, had a horrible experience. She was the only one that was able to work in her family. She was trying to support her family. She had to lock her children in a room when she went to work so the Chinese police wouldn't find them. When she came home from work one day, they were gone, and she found out they'd been seized by the Chinese police. But she begged them to release her children, and she and her husband finally were able to defect to South Korea in 2002. Oh Young-hui. I want to thank the Simon Wiesenthal Center for hosting the conference on North Korea human rights because of their dedication to stopping the suffering that's happening in any place of the world. I also want to thank the Los Angeles mayor for declaring yesterday North Korea Human Rights Day. Thank you very much.
If we can also hear from Councilmember Villaraigosa.
First of all, let me thank Jack Weiss for bringing these people here today. Let me say to the refugees, hearing your story, I think all of us are a bit traumatized by the pain that you've had to go through. And the least we could do anywhere in the world, those of us who are witness to these atrocities, is to get the answers, to shed the light, to ensure that North Korea is accountable for these atrocities. And so thank you for being here and having the courage to be here today. And I want to thank, first of all, say Shana Tova to Rabbi Cooper and the Simon Wiesenthal Center, those of us who have supported this center over the years in the way that I have done so because this center is not just a center that addresses the Holocaust, but all of the tragedies that have occurred and the genocides that have occurred in the world over the years. And your willingness to shed some light on this very important issue of the gassing of North Koreans is very important in these times. To the extent that we uncover and expose any government that would do this kind of thing, the world is better and safer and more humane. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we give this to the... Okay, great.
Mr. President, maybe you should recognize Mr. Cardenas to get us started.
Okay, but what I'd like to do first, and I know that's a significant and lengthy presentation, members, unless there's an objection, I'd like to go through the agenda and dispense with consent items, and then return to presentations and recognize Mr. Cardenas next. Madam Clerk, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves and Mr. Ludlow seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Hahn moves and Mr. Park seconds.
On the regular agenda, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 9. Items 1, 2, 3, and 4 are confirmations of city officials, and reports are in the process of being submitted. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Let's first of all recognize that I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on items 1 through 9. Public hearings are open and closed. Items 1 through 4, let's hold temporarily on the desk as we do await those reports to be distributed, and these will be the first items we take up once we get to items called special. On items 5 through 9, members, do we have any requests for specials? Ms. Hahn.
Special, please.
8 call special by Ms. Hahn. Any other specials on items 5 through 9? Seeing none, let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item. You would like to call 6 special? Okay. Let's open the roll on reconsideration of item number 6. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay.
Just
Item
a
6 is
technical amendment,
reconsidered.
that's all.
Well, if you have a technical amendment, let's go ahead and do that now. Want to read it in?
Technical amendment on the matter of item number 6. It was a motion. Move that we recommend that we amended to authorize the controller to establish new accounts for the appropriate funds within the area plan for the Aging Title III Fund, number 395, as listed.
Okay. With that technical
Circulated.
amendment, unless there's any additional discussion on this item, let's open the roll on item 6 as amended.
Thank you.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved.
Thank you, members.
Next items, please.
Next items for which public hearings have not been held, items 10 through 52. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Members, items 10 through 52 now before us. I do have cards on item 48. We'll call that special. And I know there's a lot of city employees here to speak on that item. We'll take that up
And,
as
Mr.
early as we
President,
can as possible.
I understand on item number 28, there's an amending motion that's in the process.
Okay, let's hold that temporarily on the desk as we await that amending motion. Mr. Zine?
Mr. President, item 48, we're trying to get some speakers on behalf of that and move that up on the calendar if we could.
Okay, we
Thank
still
you.
have a few minutes to go, so if we can get a couple of speakers on behalf of the entire group, that would be very much appreciated. Do we also have a request to refer item 50 to the Rules Committee?
Yes, and also item number 47, I believe there's a request.
To Rules Committee as well. Members, without objection, those items are so referred. Any requests for specials? Ms. Misikowski.
Mr. President, item 10 is also technical. It's an ordinance. The city attorney has the language to add the language in the ordinance from sunrise to sunset for this, the dog park designation.
Okay, we'll consider items 10 and 28 as amended without objection. Ms. Hahn?
I realized we didn't, I was hoping to hear from Councilman Villagrosa on item 9 about, did we just slip that through on consent?
Okay, let's come back to a reconsideration question after voting on items 10 through 52. Members, with only cards on 48, we'll call that special. On the balance of the items, you do not have requests from members of the public. Public hearings are open and closed. Items 47 and 50 have been referred to the Rules Committee. 10 and 28 do have amending motions, technical in nature. Without objection, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All those items are approved.
Mr. President,
Mr. Labange.
22, 23, and 51 forthwith, please.
22, 23, and 51 forthwith. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up public comment at this time or hold that on the desk?
Let's hold that on the desk and return at this time to the presentation segment of our meeting. We recognize Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Council President and members. Today, we're going to be announcing a wonderful opportunity for the City of Los Angeles. We're announcing Deaf Awareness Month. This gives us as a community, as a city, to recognize how alike we are and also to recognize how beautiful our differences are. As I mentioned earlier to a group of young people when I thanked them for coming, people from the deaf community, I reminded them that sometimes if we take note, if you're watching children play, for example, you might see a child who's deaf or hard of hearing. Yet when they're playing, their smile is as loud as any sound you've ever heard. When we look at each other, work with each other, and do things together, we don't take enough opportunity to recognize how different we are, yet how much we are the same, and how much we depend on each other. The deaf community is as much a part of this community as any community here in Los Angeles. If you look around the room today, we have interpreters. They're speaking another language other than English. Yet at the same time, some of us can recall, as little children, like myself, having to interpret for our parents who came to this country for a better opportunity, not so much for themselves, but for the next generation. Deaf Awareness Month is an opportunity for us to look to today, yesterday, and tomorrow and recognize that we live in a beautiful city, a diverse city, and that we have opportunities to share in that diversity, and even with the deaf and hard of hearing community. I'd like to today take the opportunity to recognize a couple of organizations, a couple of groups of people who are doing wonderful things in the deaf community and for the community at large. For example, I'd like to start off by explaining a man's dream, and that dream has become a reality and has now made a difference in the lives of thousands of individuals and for thousands of families. And I'm talking about the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. The school was opened on February 9, 1953, with about 50 lower grade children enrolled. The school was founded by Perry E. Seeley, a deaf man who saw the need for a deaf school in California. The school currently has approximately 480 students enrolled in elementary and all the way through high school. The school has day and residential deaf children from all over the state of California, and they encourage these young people to participate and to grow in any way that they choose to. For example, the first group that I would like to recognize today is the girls' softball team and their coaches of the California School for the Deaf in Riverside for winning the fourth annual Holy Classic softball tournament at Washington, D.C. against 4 other deaf schools in the nation. The OI tournament was created, come forward. The OI tournament was created to promote awareness of the career and achievements of William Allsworth Dumais OI, who was alive from 1862 to 1961, 99 years, the first deaf Major League Baseball player. The softball team went and they conquered, and today we honor them for their achievements and their accomplishments. And then get ready, because I'm going to ask one of you to come forward and speak to us, to express yourselves. Do we have the certificates? Okay. The certificates are to each members of the softball team and their coaches. And at this time, I'd like one of their coaches to come forward and say a few words.
I want to thank you very much, everybody here, for inviting us and recognizing us and being recognized by the City of LA. It's really an honor to be here, and we're very proud. Thank you.
Congratulations. Once again, we're all the same. I bet you if any of us want to put a team together, we can't beat them. I'll put money on that. In addition, I'd like to also recognize, right, Mr. LaBanche? In addition, I'd like to recognize Goodwill Industries of Southern California, for they have a California Deaf Training and Employment Center in which they train people and also work with organizations like the City of Los Angeles to bring awareness to the deaf community about the services available to all of the community of Los Angeles. Most recently, for example, they took a tour of constituents in the disabled community through the Los Angeles Police Department's 911 Communications Center. The 311 non-emergency government services was explained to them, and other government services as well. The Goodwill Industries of Southern California Deaf Training and Employment Center, we'd like to thank them for their continuing achievements and longstanding commitment to the diverse community of persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, and late deafened in the city of Los Angeles. Also, before I introduce my other colleagues who'd like to recognize their honorees, I'd like to remind us all that on the 18th of September, if you look at this flyer and you've seen it around, we're having a Deaf Awareness Festival in the San Fernando Valley at Woodley Lake at 6350 Woodley Avenue, otherwise known as the Sepulveda Basin. It's going to be going on all day from 12 noon to 6 p.m. There's going to be opportunities for people to understand services specifically for the deaf community, but also for services in general. It's going to be a great opportunity for us to get together as a community and also get to know each other better and to understand each other better. With that, I'd like to give this opportunity for presentation to Councilman Bernard Parks. Stacy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Tony Cardenas. I appreciate the opportunity to be involved with this celebration of Deaf Awareness Month. Today, we want to honor a school in the 8th District, and I'd ask the principal, Nancy Huerta, also the technical crew director, Salvatore Scalaro, and also the drama instructor and play director, Wanda LaCruz. The three of them to come up. And the reason that we're honoring them is that they are the only day school for the deaf in the LA Unified School District. They participate in a number of worthwhile celebrations in recognition of their positive and valuable contribution. Having attended their graduation, it is a sight to behold to see how they participate in their skits and how many of them are on their way to four-year major colleges. And so we wanted to say to the instructors here, and they brought with them 39 members that are drama students. And I'd like to ask the drama students to stand up at this time so they could be recognized. And so we'd just like to let you know that we've also given them each individual certificates for their achievements, particularly in the drama area. And I'd like to ask the principal to come up and make a couple of comments at this time.
Good morning, and we are very excited and honored again to be here with you. I bring two wonderful staff members along with our great students, Wanda LaCruz, who is our drama instructor and director, and Sal, who is in charge of our technical crew. Without them, none of this would be possible. A big applause. Thank you. We appreciate all of your support. And before we end, I would like to ask our president of our student council, Gustavo Estrada, to come forward. He has an announcement.
We thank you very much for helping our school. And also, our school has a gift for you.
Our certificate reads, Marlton School declares Bernard Parks our guardian angel who watches over the Marlton Eagles of Los Angeles this 14th day of September 2004. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Parks. Next, we have a presentation from Councilmember Wendy Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for your staff's work and picking up the ball on this effort on the Deaf Awareness Month and how important it is. Colleagues, I'm so happy that I have in my district a school that is very special. Saticoy Elementary School, which is located in North Hollywood, is one of the few schools in the Los Angeles Unified School District that offers the unique deaf and hard of hearing oral program. It is unique in the sense that the students at Saticoy, who range in age from 3 to 11, are trained in oral communication rather than in sign language. Their focus, again, is primarily oral communication, and the program has been in existence for over 26 years. Students that are in this environment and the least restrictive environment allows them to achieve the maximum level of empowerment and independence and educational and social level. Saticoy enjoys a very highly trained staff and dedicated staff to the students at the school, and have been working very close with them over, not all of them over the last 26 years, but for many years. This is our opportunity, colleagues, today to honor programs in each of our districts that recognize the beauty and the importance of providing services to the deaf community and to ensure that they get equal access to all of the programs. And I think at Saticoy Elementary School, we have an example of dedicated administrators and teachers who have made that possible to ensure that we provide the services. So I'd like to present certificates to several individuals at Saticoy Elementary School who have made this program possible. I think the first one is the principal, Kyla Hinson. Thank you. Accept on her behalf. Abby McBride, who is a teacher of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Oral Program. Kelly Nakasuji. Dana Manjiri? Manjiri, okay. Thank you. Nice to meet you. That's even harder than gruel, which most people have a hard time pronouncing. Debbie Lutz. And you must be Theana Kazios, okay. And Theana Kazios. Thank you. Let's give a great round of applause for this wonderful program and my district and the services that they provide. Thank you.
Standing in for the principal there is Assistant Principal Rosalinda Cardenas, and yes, there is a relationship. She's my sister-in-law. And Jack Weiss already, was Jack Weiss going to do his presentation? Okay, we'll go to now Janice Hahn. You ready?
Come on up. Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to also be a part of this Deaf Awareness Month celebration. It's always very important. Again, I think I mentioned this last year, but one of the most gratifying moments I had in my professional career was I was the marketing director at the newly opened Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza. I believe it was 1988. And it was the first holiday celebration we had. It was my job to hire the Santas that would be there during the holiday. And since Marlton School was within walking distance of the plaza, I worked very hard to find a Santa that could sign. And many of the parents of those children said it was one of the first times that they were able to have their children talk to Santa so that Santa could hear them and convey their wishes. So it was a very special moment for me. Today, I thought it was a great opportunity to highlight the Lions Club. Because many people associate the Lions Club with making sure that people have glasses and they do screening for eye problems. But the Lions Club also sponsors regional mobile hearing screening units. And they take these vans to schools, to picnics, to festivals, to parades. Anywhere there's a crowd, the Lions Club takes this mobile hearing unit so that they can begin looking for, particularly for children who have are hearing impaired and may not know that they have that problem. And today I've brought into the council Charlie Rico and Frank Herrera of the Wilmington Lions Club to highlight the fact that they have screened probably 100 to 200 people at each event that they sponsored the hearing screening unit. They've taken this to the Harbor College Health Fair, the Wilmington Family Picnic, the Holy Family Church, Hawaiian Avenue Elementary School, and every year it's at our Wilmington Holiday Parade. So I wanted to take this opportunity to say the Lions Club, and particularly the Wilmington Lions Club, really makes this part of their mission to provide hearing screening for people. And I know they probably have stories out there where they were able to help a child who may not have known that they had this problem. I'd like to present Charlie and Frank this certificate of honor, and I know one of you or both of you wants to say something very quickly.
Thank you.
I want to thank this beautiful lady right next to me, our Councilwoman Janice Hahn, for giving us this presentation. I want to just talk just a little bit about our mobile screening unit. We have Alliance International, that we have a district here that is 4L3. It is composed of 54 clubs with about 1,500 members, and we do share this mobile screening unit. The mobile screening unit, we do check for eye acuity, glaucoma, and then also we have inside a booth for the hearing check. And what if we do find any problems with the individual's hearing, we either refer them to their own doctor or give them a list as to what the finding was. And if they can't afford to pay, we try to manage to, for the Lions to get together and donate anything that is wrong with their hearing. In fact, we also collect used hearing aids. This way we can refurbish them and give them out to different countries. And not only here in the United States, but we give them to countries like Peru, Philippines, Mexico. So we do quite a bit of that as far as the hearing is composed. Now, I think Charlie has a little story to tell about a hearing person.
Thank you for the privilege to be here today for the Deaf Awareness dedication. And I do have a success story that I'd like to tell. Every year we're invited to what is called the Love Clinic in Los Angeles. They're on 35th and Broadway. It's not the type of clinic that it incites. It means low vision care. And the success story that's told in there by the doctors that treat the interns is a story about a little girl, 11 years old, who was not doing too well in school. And it happened that she happened to be tested. And her academics were not too strong, so that they decided that they would test her for vision. She was tested for vision, and they found out that she couldn't see. She would always sit at the back of the class and was unable to see what was going on at the front of the class, where the instructor would deal with visuals or describe something on the chalkboard. So they came to find out that she didn't have good vision. So the Lions Club got together with the family and they purchased her a pair of glasses. Well, she was able to get the glasses and she returned to school. And then again, she was not doing too well. Well, they came to find out that she couldn't hear. So the Lions Club got together, they took her to a clinic, they provided the examination for her hearing, and she was given a hearing aid. And to this day, I think that that little girl is probably doing a lot better in school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, this is Deaf Awareness Month, and that's a perfect example of the hand of caring and giving, reaching not only throughout the community of Los Angeles, but throughout the world. Now we have a presentation by Jack Weiss, Councilman Jack Weiss.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Cardenas, and thank you for your extraordinary commitment to this issue, as you've demonstrated this morning. It's really it's a very impressive group of people we've been honoring, and I'm very proud to be honoring the impressive group of people standing with me. These are the folks from the Deaf and Disabled Services Division of LACAW, the Los Angeles Commission on Assaults Against Women. We're here with Patty Giggins, who's the Executive Director of LACAW, Valerie Stern, the Program Coordinator, Peggy Reyna, the Project Director, KJ McCune, a Counselor Advocate, and Veronica Rivera, the Director of Training and Education. The reality is that people with disabilities and people who suffer from hearing impairment are at a higher risk of being abused, of being sexually abused, and of being assaulted, oftentimes by those close to them, by people who know them. Women with disabilities are raped and abused at a rate of at least twice that of the general population. And sexual violence against people with disabilities is oftentimes even more unreported and underreported than sexual violence generally in our society. That's where LACAW and their Deaf and Disabled Services Program comes in. The program was created in 1987 when LACAW first offered self-defense training for women who were deaf or hard of hearing, and since then it's grown into counseling services, crisis intervention services, and even more. In 2003, this program intervened in more than 500 cases of sexual and domestic violence. It's also, folks at LACAW also created the Deaf Kids Self-Defense and Safety Project well over a decade ago. It is an extraordinary program. I'm very proud of the work they do, and I'm very proud to call them my friends. And let's hear from Patty Giggins, who, if we hadn't had Mr. Garcetti summoned this morning to provide a moment of inspiration, I was going to race over and say, we have Patty Giggins here, who can see that moment of inspiration and raise it. Patty Giggins.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jack, for honoring our program today. And it is really wonderful to be here to see all the other programs, the schools, the teams, the deaf community out in force today in our city. And I just think it's wonderful. We now have a whole month to acknowledge the growing empowerment of the deaf community in Los Angeles. Our program was started by deaf women 17 years ago. We've been in business for 33 years now in terms of dealing with sexual and domestic violence. But 17 years ago, a group of deaf women came to LACAW and said, we need help. We want you to provide services to deaf women and their families. And I said to them, well, we're a hearing organization. We are not a deaf organization. And they said, we want LACAW to develop a program because some of these issues are not discussed in the deaf community. And sometimes you have to go out of your own community to build the programs that are going to help that same community. And that's what we did. And behind me are the people right on the front lines, this staff, this incredible staff, Peggy and KJ and Veronica and Valerie. This program is the fastest growing program at LACAW. And that's part of it is because of the awareness that is happening. I really want to thank the council and Councilmember Cardenas for really bringing this forth today. But I'd like to just take 1 minute and introduce Peggy Reyna, who has been, our program's been started 17 years ago, and she's been leading it for 15 years. Peggy Reyna.
Thank you. Thank you, Patty, and thank you, Councilmember. We're just delighted to be recognized by the City of Los Angeles. I would like to say that many years ago, actually in 1991, was the first time LACAW's Deaf and Disabled Services Program was honored by the Los Angeles City Council. At that time, Mayor Bradley was the person who presented us with the proclamation. I'm just really thrilled to say that in those 17 years, literally thousands of women who were deaf, hard of hearing, or who had other disabilities have come to LACAW for counseling, legal assistance to get restraining orders, just to come together and have parenting classes and learn how to raise nonviolent children. Our program has been there and is now one of the leading model programs in the world. We're really pleased to be a part of LaCA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Councilmember Ludlow for a presentation.
Good morning, colleagues. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Tony Cardenas. All of us applaud you for your effort and have been moved by the comments this morning and many of the honorees and their stories. And this has just been a very uplifting morning for all of us here in City Hall. I am here today to honor Charles Nero. At 77 years of age, Mr. Nero has triumphed during his life. Mr. Nero lost his ability to hear at the early age of 1 due to a bout with mumps. When Mr. Nero lost his hearing, he has never let that set him or hold him back. He went on to lead a very productive and full life. He has been married for over 50 years to his lovely wife, who's here with us today, with whom he has had 3 successful children, of which he is very proud. He supported his family through long-term employment at a computer communications company as an assembler of mainframe systems. Mr. Nero raised his children and grandchildren to strive to do their best as he has. He taught them each sign language. He helped each one of them with their homework. He would drive them to and from their destinations and being generally supportive of his family. But he didn't stop there. In addition to achieving success in raising his children and his grandchildren, Mr. Nero has extended himself through volunteering with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater Los Angeles and has raised a hearing-impaired foster child. What an inspiration to each and every one of us raising our own children. If we think we have difficult times, his leadership and example really does rise above the call of duty. Mr. Nero, in addition to raising his family, in addition to keeping his own career, in addition to volunteering with Big Sisters, Big Brothers, and raising a hearing-impaired foster child, he has also been a longstanding member of the Deaf Advocates Los Angeles chapter, the organization which aims to promote the educational, cultural, and social and economic advancement of deaf and hard of hearing individuals. Not only has he been active with them, he has served as their president, vice president, corresponding secretary, and also the treasurer, all at different times in his tenure with that organization. Mr. Nero is a remarkable man who deserves to be honored during Deaf Awareness Month, not just because he is deaf, but because he has led an amazing life and has not let this challenge stop him from achieving greatness. And so on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, I wanted to extend this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Nero and would like to ask him to come forward and bring greetings and comments as well, as I know one of the signers is going to assist us. Mr. Nero.
Hello? 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 Okay.
I'm very proud to be here, and I was thinking, this is my first time here, and I'm so happy that all of you are here and that God has me here. I feel very grateful to Jesus, and thank you all very much.
And I'm going to see if I can do this. I believe it's congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you go back and take a photo? Yes.
Next we have Council President Alex Padilla for a presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Cardenas. Again, as all of our colleagues have recognized your leadership on this issue and in this presentation, members of the council, members of the public, it's my pleasure to recognize David Rose as part of our Deaf Awareness Month recognition ceremony. He was originally born in Cleveland, Ohio, and moved to Granada Hills. He was a constituent of yours for a while, Mr. Smith, in 1969. Graduated from Birmingham High School, because I knew Tom Labange was going to ask. And he currently resides in Covina with his lovely family. But the reason I selected him as the 7th Council District honoree today is because of his work and ministry at Mary Immaculate Church, which is in my district, in Pacoima now for the last 3 years, where he's done a tremendous job of not only serving the deaf and hearing impaired parishioners at that church, but has also gone beyond those needs in serving them and their families, and is working hard to expand those services and those ministry services to a number of other churches in my district and throughout the San Fernando Valley. So certainly going above and beyond the call of duty, wanted to thank you, Mr. Rose, and present you with this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the council president, Mr. Padilla, Councilman Padilla, for including the deaf community here today. And I would, on behalf of the Holy Angels Church for the Deaf and the deaf Catholic community, especially within the San Fernando Valley and within the District 7, we would all like to thank you for recognizing us and for presenting us with this proclamation. As we work within the deaf community, we work for peace, for the world, and I want to thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. I'd like to give an opportunity for, I'd like to bring a representative from Goodwill Industries up and give her an opportunity to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing and the wonderful work that they've been doing over the years and they're continuing to do.
Yes, Council and all the Friends of Los Angeles, I want to thank you for recognizing us. And it was a big surprise for us because 2 years ago we came here and the instructor in the Bay Area came here and was working with trying to establish a program. Also with Richard Ray, for many years we've been contacting him to bring our students here so that we can visit the grounds of the local government and have a tour. And we really fell in love with the idea of the tour, so we decided to contact him again. So he allowed us to come here, and we weren't expecting to get this wonderful certificate. So I wanted to let you know that the Deaf Training and Employment Center is a program that these students come in very frustrated, very having communication barriers and having a very negative impression of the system. But once they get into the program, it's a 3 to 6 month program, and they have a very positive attitude. And I wanted to introduce the students here that are involved in the program. So thank you very much for recognizing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Councilmember Greg Smith for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We in the San Fernando Valley are very proud of California State University, our university in the valley. But more importantly, what a lot of people don't know is that Cal State Northridge, CSUN, is nationally known, not just locally known, but nationally known as one of the finest education institutions when it comes to education of the deaf and as well as the physically handicapped. And so I'm very pleased to have with us today Dr. Lawrence or Larry Fleischer, who is the chairman of the Deaf Studies Department at CSUN, which he's been affiliated with since 1972. He also teaches courses in the areas of American Sign Language and deaf culture. Prior to joining the staff at CSUN, he taught mathematics at Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C. from 1967 until 1970. Dr. Fleischer received his bachelor's degree from Gallaudet, 2 master's degrees in special education, administration, and supervision from CSUN, and a doctor's degree of administration and education from Brigham Young University. Dr. Fleischer is very active nationally in a number of professional organizations. The Council on Education of the Deaf in the United States, Deaf Sports Federation, and the American Sign Language Teacher Association. Dr. Fleischer served as chairperson of the Community Services for the Deaf here locally, a member of the board of directors of the Greater Los Angeles Council on Deafness, in which he was served as president for 8 years, and of the Far West Athletic Association on the Deaf. I'm very proud that we have Dr. Fleischer here from Cal State Northridge, the fabulous program that they have at Northridge, and we want to go on record of recognizing his leadership, not just here at Northridge, not just here in California, but nationally in service to education of the deaf community. Dr. Fleischer, thank you so much for all you have done.
Also, this was a big surprise to get recognized today, so I'm very, very surprised. But the most important thing about CSUN is to get out and serve the deaf community in Los Angeles and make this area the best, the #1 for deaf people. So thank you so much again for the surprise.
One moment.
I've had the privilege and the honor to work with Dr. Fleischer, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Berta Velasquez from my staff, whose daughter was here today. She's on the softball team. And once again, we're having the Deaf Festival this Saturday from 12 to 6 in the San Fernando Valley at the Sepulveda Basin. And Dr. Fleischer and Cal State University Northridge are an integral part of putting this event on, and we hope and expect that this will be an annual event between the City of Los Angeles, the community of Los Angeles, and the community over at Cal State University Northridge. Once again, I'd like to thank you, colleagues, Mr. President or Madam President at this moment, and the community of Los Angeles for watching us and looking into what's going on today, which is we're talking about deaf awareness. And as you saw today, a bunch of beautiful, wonderful people, very giving people, proving and showing that communication is done in so many different ways, whether you're a group of women or whether you're a school or whether you're a person who's a doctorate degrees and master degrees from all over the state, this country. You can come together and give to the wonderful community at large, but specifically to prove to people that the deaf community is equally a part of the community as any other. So thank you very much, colleagues, and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cardenas, for your leadership and your staff on this issue, and appreciate all the participants today. Colleagues, we are down to 10 members, so we would ask that you all stay for us to be able to complete business this morning. Madam City Clerk, our next item.
Next item, Madam President, there are commissioners to be confirmed. Items 1 and 2 are confirmations of Ms. Evelyn Castillo and Ms. Marta Sanchez to the Commission on Children, Youth, and Their Families. Committee report has been submitted recommending approval.
Great, thank you very much. If both the commissioners would like to come to the front table, please. Are there any of council members that would like to comment on the 2 commissioners we have before us today? There being none, we'll make this very easy for the two of you, and want to thank you, appreciate your service. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
That's been approved. Thank you very much. We look forward to your service. Thank you.
This very special girl is from Sylmar High School. And could I ask her to give 1 minute time, just a little expression as a youth
Sure,
council?
Tom.
You betcha.
And as you know, when we met earlier, both Tom LaBonge and myself and Ed Reyes are all previous council members.
Well, actually,
Youth council.
Of the youth council members.
Youth council
I don't
members.
want to be previous council.
yeah, actually, I graduated from Sylmar High School. I'm now attending Cal State Northridge. It's my first semester. And basically, you know, I'm an 18-year-old young woman born and raised in LA. I've been serving my community for the past 2 years, and it is an honor to be here. Now, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what to expect. This is all unfamiliar ground to me, but I will make sure that every youth is heard in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Steele, thank you very, very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. And Commissioner, now you're a commissioner because the vote already took place. Give us a minute of your passion.
I just want to say that it's really a privilege to serve on this commission, and I offer my commitment to making sure that all children have meaningful experiences, that they are mentored and guided, and also that their families are given the support that they need in order to overcome social and economic challenges. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Great, Ms. Sanchez. Thank you very much, Ms. Castillo. Thank you. I know
Thank you.
Alex Padilla was especially proud about both of you, especially you, Ms. Castillo, because you're from the 7th District. Forthwith on this, Madam President. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 3, and that's a Commerce, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee report has been submitted recommending approval.
Yes, Ms.
Two, I
Hahn.
was hoping to be recognized, but I believe we're going to reconsider item 9, and I think I have the commitment of the councilman to continue that item, so we haven't done it yet.
To continue it. Okay, I think we have to reconsider the item and then continue it. So why don't we go before we have
Why
Mr.
don't we
Rubalcaba?
continue it till October,
We have to reconsider it first?
when's the meeting?
So,
Till October,
okay, we have to reconsider it first, and then we'll get the date from you. So, Madam Clerk, call the roll on reconsideration on item number 9. Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Okay. And that item is before us. At this point in time, you'd like to continue it, Mr. Villaraigosa?
yes, till October 12th. There'll be on October 6th, neighborhood council meeting, at which point this will be unanimously passed. But October 12th would be the operative date.
October 12th. So that item will be continued until October 12th. Next order of business, Mr. Rubalcaba. Well, thus far, Mr. Commissioner, there are no speakers on our queue. Well, there you go. Mr. LaBonge.
I just want to thank Dominic for his great service. Mayor Bradley, Mayor Reardon, Mayor Hahn have all seen that you can contribute as a commissioner. I think there's no other commissioner who has the experience from the Recreation and Parks, from the harbor, from the port, from the transportation, now water and power. And I think you understand the issues greatly, not just of your particular department, but of the whole city as a whole. If you would just like to express yourself, because there has been a few challenges, if I could say that, up at 111 North Hope Street, and express what you're doing to make sure you're going in the right direction. And also, I thank you for the power and the water that comes daily uninterrupted to Los Angeles.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there have been a lot of things. DWP has been in the news recently, and not all of it is flattering as hopefully we would like it to have been historically. But I think in all candor, though, the department is doing a good job. The department is meeting its obligations. The department is supplying a reliable, safe supply of drinking water to almost 4 million residents in the middle of a desert at a cost that's, even under the changes that we've made recently, the most efficient possible. We have tried to do so on the other side with a balanced portfolio. We've heard a lot of voices. There's a lot of issues at hand. We need governance, and we need to stay and keep our eye on the ball. And We have great employees at DWP. They've worked very, very hard. They have worked hard to produce a profit at DWP, a surplus that has enabled us to be able to be a supportive member of the city family and make a responsible transfer. And we're hopeful to be able to continue that into the future. And thank you, Councilman.
Well, under your leadership, I want you to continue to focus them to do the job, to bring the power, to bring the water, the high-quality water, the reliable energy, to do that. But also be tough, Dominic. Be tough where you have to. There's an awful lot of great people up there who are dedicated towards the public utility known as the LADWP. And you have had challenges this last year, but I want you to overcome those challenges so that you could continue to do the great job that historically Water and Power has done for over a century.
And I think in all fairness, I really have to say that I can sit here today and say we made that transfer, but it was decisions that were made by City Council 20 years ago, 15 years ago. It was decisions made by my predecessors on the commission 20 years ago, 25 years ago. It was decisions made by our staff in the past that have put us in the position today to be able to do the things that we're doing and make the contributions that we're doing.
Thank you very much. I recommend an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. We now have Councilmember Zine and then Councilmember Cardenas. Councilmember Zine?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How are things in Owensmont?
Where?
Owensmont.
Owensmount. Oh, I'm talking, okay, I was thinking of Sturgis, South Dakota.
No,
Where I know
been
that
there.
you traveled recently, and I tried to hook up with you, and I missed you there.
I made it back.
Yeah, so did I. I wanted to commend you on your dedication, and also your son, who is on Animal Services Commission, and what he's doing to help in that environment. And it's wonderful to see you here getting confirmed again, because I know your dedication and love for the city, and also your son following your footsteps.
Thank you. Someone pointed out that this may be my last time that I ever come before City Council. And
why is that?
Well, at the end of this term, if I fill it out, I will have committed a 30-year span of being a city commissioner, and I was told that my pension would be vested.
Your pension would be vested. You and Cliff.
I have a guaranteed
protectively.
pension of 100% of my lowest year of salary.
Right, of zero.
Right.
100% of zero.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity. But I know your dedication. I didn't know it was 30 years. I know it's been a number of years. And it's good to see your son following your footsteps. And I congratulate you on what you're doing. You obviously got my support. And it's good to see you back on 2 feet on solid ground.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Cardenas.
I don't think this discussion is going to be as long as the one we had in committee this morning.
That was very substantive, and I enjoyed the opportunity to address those issues.
I did too, and I
Thank
think
you for the opportunity.
it gave the public an opportunity to see outside of the venue of the board meetings that you are very engaged, you do understand the issues, you are willing to engage in the issues, and I want to personally thank you for all of the years of volunteering that you've given, because this position is something that doesn't pay you financially. It's something that I'm sure you get gratification from, but I'd just like to say that the city of Los Angeles and the constituents are grateful for the dedication that you've given. Let me just give a couple of examples of how important this commission is and your position as president, as we're talking today about a reconfirmation, not about somebody who's going to be new to this particular commission at the Department of Water and Power. For example, there are very important issues such as renewable portfolio standards and what's going to be included or not included in that newer energy and that cleaner energy that we would all like to see happen here. But at the same time, the Department of Water and Power has a responsibility of making sure that they not only have good clean energy, but that we have reliable energy, that we have low-cost energy, or let's not say low-cost, affordable. And that means affordable to who? Is it affordable to the small business, affordable to the large business, affordable to the affluent family, but more importantly, affordable to that low-income family, or perhaps that 80-year-old woman who's living on Social Security, and $5 or $10 in that bill is going to make a grave difference to that particular individual. These are the kinds of things that the board has to contemplate along with a lot of other internal issues such as contracting, and you have over 8,000 employees at the Department of Water and Power, which is very critical and important that they remain committed and happy, which they are today, and appreciated for all the wonderful work that they do. So in a nutshell, those are the kinds of things that we expressed in the Commerce Committee, of which I chair, earlier this morning when we discussed the issue of what do you bring forward, what have you been doing on the board. I'd just like to ask you one question for the edification of the public. How important are the decisions in the coming months, or perhaps in the next year or two, at the Department of Water and Power? Give us one example of one very large, important decision that we should all be aware of.
Well, the decisions that we make in water and power are extremely important. They affect everyone within the city of Los Angeles. As Mr. Labange, Councilman Labange mentioned, I've had the pleasure of serving on 5 other commissions, and I've had the opportunity to be asked to serve on other commissions where I've not taken those assignments. But I don't think I've ever been on a commission other than DWP where the operation of the department 24/7, day in, day out, affects every resident in the city of Los Angeles. We all look at public safety, and we all know how important public safety is. But if you're not mugged, or if you're not a witness to a crime, you can go a while without dealing with a police officer. If your house is not on fire, you can actually go for a while without dealing with the fire service. Nobody in Los Angeles gets by a day without water and power. So the decisions we make are extremely important. What's interesting, though, is what I said earlier, is that the measure, however, of the validity of our decisions sometimes can't be done today or tomorrow. We'll make a decision at our next board meeting on the 21st in Councilwoman Han's district, and it may have no effect for 5 years. Much of what we do has a long horizon. So it is hard sometimes to measure our performance. And I think in the long run, our tenure will not be measured by what's happening in the near future, but 5 and 10 years down the road, such as the leadership that you've taken, Councilman, with regards to renewables, the way in which we implement that, the way in which we integrate that into our balanced portfolio and the mix of generation sources that we have, the way we do so cognizant of that woman that you identified on a fixed income will be a measure. So 2017, 20 years after that, people will look back at our period to see how we carried the mantle of responsibility and leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba, for their example. You're absolutely right. We don't think about the lights, we don't think about the water much because we do take it for granted. And I think the reason why we're able to take it for granted is because of the good job the department has been doing, and that integration between those decisions between the department heads, the management in the Department of Water and Power and the board is very critical, and the relationship between the council and the mayor's office and the rest of the city is critical as well. I'd like to add one little thing to that example you gave. Let there be no mistake, the example you gave is very good. People don't think much about water and power, but when your house is on fire, you sure want the fire department there.
And we don't charge for the water to the fire department.
Okay, that's right. And the fact of the matter is, people might think, well, when I go on vacation, I'm not using my lights or water. Well, ask your plants. If you go on vacation for a couple weeks and you turn off those sprinklers, your plants are not going to appreciate the fact that you didn't leave that on. My point is, 24/7, 365 days out of the year, leap year or not, the Department of Water and Power is there for us. We have a lot to be thankful for and grateful for, yet at the same time, we need to continue to be critical of each other in making sure that we bring about better policy every single day. I look forward to voting yes on your confirmation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank Mr. Rubalcaba for all his work throughout the years for the city. My question is more relative to how we continue working together in our quest to improve the corridor of the Alley River and our need to address the TMDLs and the issues that talk about how we create that, how can I say that, leveraging of the mission of Water and Power while we still have to address the environmental needs and how we use this incredible resource. Can you just give me some perspective and from your point of view, how we can continue working together, given the highlights that we've brought up in the past two years?
You know, it's interesting you bring the river up because anyone who's aware of the history of Los Angeles, like Councilman Labange over here is, he knows from history the importance of the river. And if you look at the city charter, I think there are very few properties or assets of the city that are specifically delineated in the charter and mandated as to how they're to be taken care of. And if you look under the provisions, I believe it's 680, committing, starting with DWP, I believe it's the second or the third item mentions the LA River, and it mentions the responsibility of the board vis-a-vis the LA River and our stewardship over that river. It has been the lifeline to Los Angeles historically. And even today, the river and our in-basin sources provide 15 to 18% of our water source to our residents. So it's extremely important. And I know you're focusing in on aesthetics, you're focusing in on compliance with wastewater requirements, and I know you're focusing in on the synergy created from turning that river around and making it an asset. I was in San Antonio recently, and I have to admit, I thought about you as I was walking down Riverwalk. So we're cognizant of what you're doing, and we're supportive of that. And if we can help in any fashion, you know we will.
I look forward to working with you. You know, there's a term called the Zanjeros. The Zanjeros at one time in the history of LA was the most prominent figure above any elected official.
Including the mayor.
Including the mayor. I don't want to say that.
Well, it's the truth.
But bottom line, the Zanjero, I like to see you as our modern day Zanjeros. And I just want to thank you for your hard work.
I can dig it.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Rubalcava. That being the last speaker on the queue, if we could call the roll, tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
That item's been approved. Thank you, Mr. Rubalcava.
Next item, Madam.
Yes, Mr. Cardenas.
I'd like to ask that we move item 6 and item number 10 forthwith.
Forthwith.
Thank you.
That'll be the order of the day. I know we have a lot of people on item 48, which we're going to go to momentarily. Mr. Zine, I know, had called that special, but we have item number 4, which is our new city librarian, and Mr. Zine said that would be quick. So we will ask our new appointment, Fontaine Holmes, as the city librarian, to come to the table here. Colleagues were very, they all came up here. Councilmember Labange, you are first on the queue, followed by Mr. Zine, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief because Fontaine Holmes, in the great tradition of our library department, has truly served this city well for many years. Madam President, she was in committee this morning, and I asked her to make a statement in council since it was going to be at the same time. So if I could share my time with Ms. Holmes, she could make her statement as the mayor's selection, a great selection, to lead the Los Angeles Public Library System.
Thank you, Councilman Labange. Good morning, council members. I want to thank Mayor Hahn for the opportunity to manage an outstanding city department and lead the Los Angeles Public Library. I come to this position with great advantage. The advantage is a strong, vital, dynamic library system. Public libraries across the country look to Los Angeles Public Library as the model of innovation. In the past 14 years, we are completing the largest public library building program in the nation. We have renovated and expanded the Central Library and built 61 new libraries across this city. Our technology infrastructure is unmatched by none. We are the community agency that is bridging the digital divide in Los Angeles. We have 3,000 computers. Our libraries are open 6 and 7 days a week to help students succeed, to help people find jobs, to provide information to everyone. And I look forward to dynamic changes in this library system. We have a great staff. We have great support from the Board of Library Commissioners, from the mayor, from council, and very importantly, from people in every community in this city. We have conducted 250 community meetings in the past several years, and at community meetings all over this city, at our branch libraries, at Central Library, we hear one thing from the people of Los Angeles. They love and support their libraries. The libraries are the heart of every community, and I look forward to expanding services and managing the resources so that we can be continually effective for this public. Thank you.
Madam President, I just wanted to say this is a great appointment, and I like how you covered all the bases of your support of your commission, but especially the librarians and the support staff, the teamwork that goes on there, the relationship that you particularly have developed with the other city family and the Bureau of Engineering and other city departments as it relates to the building program. You really championed that, Fontaine, and I know that Susan Kent, our previous librarian, was very proud of you as the assistant librarian, and now I think she's going to be proud of you as the city librarian. Members, last night on my way home about 6:30, 6:35, I went through beautiful Echo Park and turned up by the bright spot there by Tays, hung a left and pulled over and found a parking spot right in front of the new Edendale Library, the 70th community library in the city of Los Angeles. And members, when I walked into that library, if you ever want to get charged, walk into a public library any time, night or day. There are young and old alike learning, reading. Information is knowledge is power. And I love the Department of Water and Power, and the Water and Power is a great, powerful agency, but the most personally powerful agency in the city of Los Angeles is our public library system for the information and the knowledge that they provide to the people of the city. It was so exciting. I'm sorry Mr. Garcetti has stepped out of the room because it was his district where this took place. He was there for the great giant celebration, but what a great job you and the others have done. Madam President, I just wanted to stand tall, and I also wanted to pull out my great library card and show that the importance, where's yours, Fontaine, right there, get that shot right there. Everybody in this chamber should have a library card. Let's salute the library department and under the new leader, Fontaine Holmes. I thank you. Madam President, if you don't stop me now, I'll keep talking about the Cahuenga Branch Library, where I first learned to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Can I tell one library story before confirmation?
Sure.
Just
Well,
real
actually,
short.
we have several other people who want to speak. So,
all right.
yes, before we finish, we'll let you talk at the end. Councilmember Zine, and again, colleagues, we have 10 members. No one's going to leave yet, but brevity is probably appreciated, not that we don't want to disrespect you, Ms. Holmes.
Of course.
Mr. Zine? You're on the queue.
Thank you. Fontaine, I know you've got a lot of experience. I know that you were the silent voice who helped build the system that we have in place for the many years, on time, below budget. And I know that the libraries that we have in my district, everybody's very, very pleased with it. I've seen you at many groundbreakings and many of the ribbon cuttings. So I just wish you continued success. You've obviously demonstrated your ability to put those programs together, and your dedication to the city is reflected in the many years of service, and it's appropriate that you assume that position, and the mayor was accurate in appointing you as the general manager, making that recommendation, and you definitely have my continued support, as you've had in the past, for all the wonderful work you've done. And with Susan going down to New York, we know she did a wonderful job, but she had a wonderful staff behind her, and I know you'll have that same staff behind you supporting you. So congratulations.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Wednesday, September 15th, 2004. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public, and we do invite you to join us. For members of the public unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. Madam Clerk, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves. Ms. Hahn seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Garcetti moves and Mr. Ludlow seconds. Before getting to the items appearing on the agenda, we do have a couple of presentations slated for today. Let me recognize Councilmember Labange for our first presentation.
John-Luc. Mr. President, and when you're free, I'd like to ask Ms. Hahn to join me as well. But Jean-Luc Subiu, our Consul General, representing France, is leaving after being posted in Los Angeles. Come right in here. And he has been very active in our community, and I thought it would be appropriate to recognize him after his service here in Los Angeles. And thank you, Ms. Hahn. He was born in 1945 in France, and he graduated from the University of Montpellier, a degree in politics, and continued his studies also in Arabic languages. And in 1971, he started his work in the diplomatic corps, service to France in Baghdad, and then also served as the French permanent representative to the United Nations in New York, furthering being posted in the French embassy in Jordan, as well as its consular there. He went back to France in '81, where he joined the staff of the French Minister of Defense as an aide in charge of all diplomatic affairs. And members, as you know, although we're a municipal government, the importance of how we recognize our consuls in this city, over 86 consuls representing the many, many countries of the world call Los Angeles their home because of the importance of our city as the second largest city in the United States. He went also back to serve in the foreign affairs in Iran and Iraq in the Gulf area for their Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He left France for a sabbatical year in the United States as a fellow in the Center for International Affairs at Harvard University in Massachusetts. He was appointed Deputy Secretary of North Africa and the Middle East for France in 1988, and he has a long, long distinguished career. From 91 to 94, we're telling you your whole trails here. He served as the ambassador of France in the Comoros Islands before being based again in Paris as an ambassador at large for Middle East peace process. He also has held positions as a deputy ambassador in the French embassy in Bonn and in Berlin, and then he also served back again in Paris as an advisor to the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs. He came to Los Angeles on a great day in 2001, November 28th to be exact. This jurisdiction for the French includes all of Southern California, New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Southern Nevada. His first act was to buy an old Cadillac convertible and put his council car license plate on it so he would fit right in with the culture of Southern California. And he began to serve his country well as a leader in the community, in the French community here, with several cultural, business, and other affairs of our community. He is a proud father of three. He is a knight in the Order of the Legion of Honor and also an officer in the National Order of Merit. I, along with the great Councilwoman Janice Hahn, would like to salute Jean-Luc Subiu on his service to Los Angeles as the Consul General. It's the first time I've seen you with a haircut in a long time. I like the long curls. But we want to salute you today because you truly were a great friend of Los Angeles and engaging in several affairs from Bastille Day, where we have at the Page Museum every year, where thousands of people from throughout Southern California come to the great lawns between the County Art Museum and the Page to celebrate the friendship between the French and the United States. And one of the best things that I like to say, if I could, is that on D-Day this year, Ms. Hahn would like a special announcement on that. But let me introduce at this time the Councilwoman Janice Hahn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Labange. I am very pleased to be here today to honor Jean-Luc Sabouid, but it's also a day of sadness for Los Angeles. You have been one of our great council generals. We have a great core of council generals in the city of Los Angeles, and it's able for us to improve citizen diplomacy between our countries. But you have been a special friend, and when we went to Bordeaux a couple years ago to visit our sister city, I was able to lead the delegation, and we were able to have you pave the way for us to go back there, and we were able to tour the port and find ways to increase our friendship, increase our tourism, and enhance our friendship. On D-Day this year, the 60th anniversary of D-Day, I believe we were able to together put together one of the most meaningful celebrations I believe this country has ever had in San Pedro in front of the SS Lane Victory, where we were able to talk about what our friendship meant. And I don't know about you, but it was very moving to have the French people say out loud to some of our veterans, thank you. Thank you for what you did 60 years ago. I will never forget that day. Again, I think it proved that our friendship has lasted, and our friendship has proved to be valuable for both our countries. We will miss you. We will come visit you wherever you are, but you have really been a great example of what the Council Corps is all about here in Los Angeles, and we've been so honored to have you. Merci beaucoup.
And before I introduce you, and Janice, we know sometimes we talk about term limits. Term limits for a diplomat is 3 or 4 years. So how quickly it passed. But every day he made it count for our community, as well as his main and chief responsibility for the French community. But the thing I wanted to say about D-Day, I knew you did that great program down in San Pedro at the USS Lane Victory. But he also rented a biplane and put on the banner, "Thank you, U.S. from the France." And he went from Malibu to Newport Beach along the coast on that holiday weekend to thank everybody. Please, members in the audience here, please welcome the Consul General of the Federal of France. Please welcome Jean-Luc Sabouid on the completion of his term here in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Janice. Thank you for your kind words, Tom. I feel very honored to be here today. And Janice is right. It's also mixed with a feeling of sadness after almost 3 years here. I expected to stay one additional year, but in the diplomatic course, sometimes you have to take other decisions. So, but I will. This sadness is also mixed with a feeling of joy and of good souvenir memories. And I had a real great time in this city, in this job. It will really be a kind of turning point in my professional and personal life. And in a few days, I am leaving first to Paris and then to my new assignment as ambassador of France in Libya, Tripoli. I will keep always, without any nostalgia, I will keep these good memories of all what you mentioned here and many others, Tom and Janice. And thank you, Janice, to have reminded us this beautiful day of the 6th of June for the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the D-Day. And I would like to thank here all through you, Jenny, through you, Tom, the council members, all the council members, for the support the council, not only myself, but the consulate always had here in this council. And so that's also one of the good memories, to know that here I got this support for France, not only for my personal action, and also the friendship. And whatever happened between France and the United States at the political level last year, and we had this real crisis, I know that the friendly feelings of the American people and are still there, are long-lasting, and they go back to other times. And it's our treasure and heritage, and we have to cherish this heritage. So thank you very much for this beautiful day. You know, that is also part of the good memories. The last one I will keep from the city, since I am going to leave on this Sunday. Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Council members. Thank you, Los Angeles. Vive Los Angeles, and vive l'amitié, and long live to the French-American friendship. Thank you very much.
Here, here. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. At this time, let me recognize Councilmember Reyes for a presentation.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Today we have a special guest. We have with us Mr. Luis Bongian, Vice Mayor of the City of Davao from the Republic of the Philippines. He's here to visit our city's Traffic Operations Center to learn more about how LA deals with its traffic issues. I'm not saying we're solving them, I'm saying how we're dealing with them. And he is learning about how we approach congestion, how we're trying to make traffic flow in a growing city, an international city. We are happy that he is here to learn from us. And I want to thank Commissioner Efren Abratic, who has been his host. He is essentially giving him the royal treatment. He's then able to visit the departments. I'm hoping he can see some of the operations as we implement them. So I'd like to invite the Vice Mayor of the City of Davao to share a few words with us. He came here yesterday, and we'll be here for a couple of days. Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, President Padilla, members of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles. Good morning and greetings from the people of Davao City, Philippines. Now, I'm here on official visit to study your world-class traffic system. Now, we're planning to adopt this system, the system of the City of Los Angeles, in our city. Now, for information, our city is the biggest city in the world in area. It has a total land area of 244,000 hectares, and it is the most progressive city now in Mindanao and Visayas. We have a total population of 1.5 million people, and for 2 consecutive years, our city was awarded as the most competitive metro city in the country. That means that we are the most conducive place to put up your investments. Now, it's a big city, it's a cosmopolitan city, and hopefully, I would like to invite all the council members, including President Padilla of the council, to visit our city. We have one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, the famous Pearl Farm Resort, and we have also the famous mountain resort, the Eden Garden Resort. And there are a lot of things to see in Davao. In fact, the biggest monkey, the biggest bird, the monkey-eating eagle, the eagle is also in our city. So that's all. Thank you very much for the kind hospitality, especially to my host, Mr. Efren Abratic, and the councilman, Mr. Reyes. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Well, welcome to Los Angeles. On behalf of the City of Angels, certificate of welcome, and please enjoy your stay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, Mr. President, items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing, and there is a request from the applicant to continue those matters to September 29th.
Okay, members, any objection to continuing items 1 and 2? Seeing no objection, these items are continued to September 29th, 2 weeks from today. Next item.
There's also a request on item number 3 from the applicant to continue that matter to October 13th.
Okay, members, any objection to continuing item 3? Seeing none, item 3 is also continued. Next item.
Also on the regular agenda, items for which public hearings have been held, items 4 through 21, items 4, 5, 6, and 7 are confirmations of commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Let's hold all commission appointments on the desk. Members, when we dispense with consent items, we'll return to commission nominee considerations and then general public comment, and then the balance of the items called special. Members, that leaves items 8 through 21 currently before us. Public hearings have been held on these items. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearing. Seeing no such motion, do we have any requests for specials? Mr. Reyes.
Yes, item 15, just for a technical amendment.
Has that technical amendment been circulated, or is that going to be oral?
It will be circulated, I believe.
Okay, we'll
Yes.
hold that. We'll call that special. Ms. Gruhl? No? Any other requests for specials? Items 8 through 21. Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items for which public hearings have not been held, items 22 through 105, 10 votes are required for consideration.
22 through 105 now before us, and I do have a card on item 83. Let's call that item special to hear from members of the public. On the balance of the items, I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. Public hearings are open and closed. Requests for specials, items 22 through 105. Mr. Reyes.
So, delivering a message for two of my colleagues. Item 39 for Councilman Villaraigosa, if you can hold that one on the desk.
39.
And item 94 for Councilman Parks.
And 94
Special.
for Mr. Parks. Those two items are called special. Ms. Gruhl.
Item number 30, please.
Item 30, called special by Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Misikowski.
All special event motions 73, 74, 75, and 76, they all need substitute motions that will need to be circulated.
Okay, so hold them on the desk until those substitute motions are circulated. Any other specials? Members, on items 22 through 105, seeing none, on the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Members, all matters approved today shall go forthwith. As you all know, council will stand in recess this Friday. All matters approved today are going forthwith. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, going back to the commissioners, item number 4 is confirmation of Mr. Richard Barron to the Cultural Heritage Commission, and Arts, Parks, Health Committee report has been submitted recommending approval.
Okay, if Mr. Barron is here, he can come forward at this time. Members, we do have a committee report recommending approval of Mr. Barron. And item number 4, any members wishing to speak? Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Barron, please join us at the center table. Mr. Barron was in committee. He did join us in committee. Just tell the council a little about yourself briefly and the fact that you are from the northeast part of Los Angeles, that you have a great interest in cultural heritage, that you have HPOZs in your neighborhood, that you understand them, and et cetera.
I've been a resident in Los Angeles for approximately 35 years. I've lived in Council District 1 for all of that time. I helped establish the HPOZ in Highland Park, Mount Washington area. I've worked with the past council persons and working currently with Councilman Reyes and Villaraigosa on various issues. I've been an activist in community issues in the area for approximately 20 years. I'm an architect. I've been an architect for almost 30 years, and I've received awards in historic preservation. I helped develop the HPOZ in Highland Park. Hi.
Well, members, as you can see, Mr. Barron has a great commitment to historic preservation, so I think he's an excellent selection, and the committee recommended wholehearted support. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Barron, thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague, Tom LaBonge, for such great judgment in pushing forth a great nominee, processing him through the committee. Mr. Barron, I can tell you for many years, since the early 90s, has been in the trenches with us. Long night community meetings dealing with the Blue Line when it was first introduced. His advocacy for preservation is unparalleled, and he has been committed. What I very much appreciate about Mr. Barron is that he's done it in such a way where even people who don't speak English, folks who aren't always in tune with today's society, our system, he's lent that gentler hand and approached issues in such a way where folks aren't intimidated. Sometimes he gets very energetic. Sometimes we got to cool him down. But he means well, and he does a great job in balancing. And I just want to thank Mr. Barron for all his hard work. These are the unsung heroes. I keep using that phrase, and it's so true, and it's very applicable to Mr. Barron because he's worked so hard. And I just want to thank him for his hard work, and I look forward to working with you even more in this other arena. Good luck.
Thank you, Ann.
Other members wishing to be heard on item number 4? Seeing none, let's open the roll on confirmation, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for serving the city. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 5, and a Public Safety Committee report's been distributed recommending approval of the appointment.
Okay, item number 5 now before us. If Ms. Knan can come forward at this time. Let me recognize Ms. Gruhl first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so pleased today to stand in support and recommending Debbie today. We met on a Saturday office hours where she came in and talked about how important it was for us to have a policy on no-kill in the shelters, thought of all kinds of ideas on spay and neutering, and that she would love to be a commissioner for animal services. And this was probably maybe a year ago. Was that long ago?
Exactly, yes.
And I have these Saturday office hours, and I said we would do whatever we can, and sent the recommendation forward. And we have since talked several times about ideas and how we can make the Animal Services Department better. And we met again the day before yesterday, yes, and talked about some of her creative ideas. And I have to tell you, her passion and interest is really infectious. She is someone who I know is going to give her all to ensure that we have a department that is responsive, a department that is thinking outside the box. And so I wanted to stand in support today of this appointment and know that the Public Safety Committee approved her as well unanimously, but also to thank the mayor for appointing her. She is a resident of my district, and I know with each and every one of you, she is going to work very closely in your districts. I think it was Councilmember Reyes who mentioned in the committee about some of the roaming dogs, and I just want to say thank you so much for your interest and your commitment to your willingness to be part of the commission, because it's not an easy commission to be on. People are passionate about their animals, and you sometimes have to make difficult decisions. But thank you. I fully support your appointment today and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Misikowski?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm just going to add a little bit to what Ms. Gruhl said, particularly at the end of the conversation. This is not an easy commission. One would think that it could be or should be, but we've seen that where in an awful lot of city government passions run very high, perhaps they run most high in this realm. And we've seen some of that where sometimes those passions run perhaps a little too zealously and have caused other kinds of actions and or reactions. So bringing a passion to a commission, and I think sometimes we don't have so many commissions that have passion, so that we have it here is a good one. But we talked in committee with Ms. Knan about those issues and that sense of balance and temperament. And one of the things about her background is she is an attorney, has worked and is working in the district attorney's office, and has dealt with an awful lot of issues which are confrontative, volatile, And yet there is a set of laws, a set of rules, a set of ways that we govern ourselves and conduct in those behaviors. So I think bringing that skill group to something where passion is important and helping to create policy at the same time, she persuaded us that this was a capability that she felt comfortable with and was going into this one with eyes wide open. And perhaps we should just ask her if you want to say anything to the council about how you're going to look at and envision doing the job of an Animal Service Commissioner.
Well, I think that while the department is doing an excellent job the way it is now, I do think we can do better, as Ms. Gruhl pointed out. There are going to be, I think, a lot of changes in the coming few years in order to achieve the mayor's goal of shifting to a no-kill by the year 2008. And I am very, very excited about being a part of those changes. I've thought long and hard about various ways that we can go about doing it, and I would really like to see this department run in such a way that it will really serve as a model for the rest of the United States, if not the entire world. And I think it can easily be done at almost no cost. There are a lot of changes that we can make right now to make things a lot better. And I'm very excited about being appointed, and I thank the mayor.
All right, well, we definitely recommended this in committee and asked for an aye vote.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Deborah, it's great to see you here.
Thank you.
I felt like Councilmember Gruhl gave my speech because we also met at office hours, and I was very proud to submit your name and to push very strongly for your appointment because I was very impressed. Oftentimes, we put forward people who we've known for a little bit longer, but I admired you not only coming in to office hours, but the vision that you were willing to put forward, and obviously your resume spoke for itself. And I'm very excited because I think the healing that you talked about and that bridge building that you talked about is going to be absolutely critical to moving towards more and more excellence in our animal services and moving towards a more and more humane city. So I just want to congratulate you. When we had initially made that push, it wasn't until I read the agenda this week that I saw that the name came up again, and I'm very excited, and I look forward to working very closely with you, and congratulations today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Deborah, thank you. Recently, this council approved putting back the wildlife officers who were unfortunately removed from the budget. This should be transparent as you are confirmed and start your first meetings there. But on the wildlife issue, because of the serious drought in the West, we see in Chilao-Fats in the Andes National Forest, a man was attacked by a bear. A bear came into a hot tub at Calabasas. In my home, and I live in Silver Lake, closer than you are to me, were 5 raccoons the other night. They like the barbecue. Coyotes, all kinds of wildlife. And it's how we deal with that in the urban area is extremely important because we have not had a serious problem. Maybe 10 years ago, a 15-month-old child was bitten by a coyote near the merry-go-round in Griffith Park about 10 years ago. So this is just something I want to watch and hope you could put on your watch is the wildlife issue. I do believe because of the drought of the West, from Colorado through California, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, it is severely changing, I think, the dynamics of the environment, and even in our urban areas where they're coming closer to what is a built-out area. So if you could put that on your watch.
Absolutely.
And if you could tell me a little about where you grow up and what turns you on about animals.
Well, I grew up everywhere. We didn't live in one place for very long. I actually was born in Ohio, then we moved to Long Island, Toledo, Buffalo, Philadelphia, San Diego. I moved by myself when I was 17 to Israel, and I was there for 8.5 years. I went to school there, I served in the Army there, and then I came back to San Diego and then to LA. And ironically, I'm 42, I never had an animal in my life till about 4.5 years ago.
Really?
And I didn't know anything about animals, I didn't really care about them. I didn't dislike them, but I was just apathetic to them. And then I happened to fall into getting a dog, and it really opened my eyes. I ended up getting a couple more after that, by the way, but I'm within the legal limits.
Right.
So it just totally changed the way I looked at animals, not just dogs, every single thing, including even pigeons that I never noticed before. And then I really started to become aware of the department and what's going on in the city. I actually, on my own, about 6 months ago, took vacation days to attend a school in San Diego that was put on by a no-kill facility, which trains you how to go no-kill. So You know, I'm very aware of the issues that the department's been facing in the past. I know what we're going to be facing in the future. And, you know, it's kind of a newfound passion, but as Councilmember Mizikowski pointed out, it's not a blind passion. It's, I have a very strong business mind, and I think one of the things that we need to do to improve here is to start running our shelters like a business. And, you know, I have a lot of ideas about that. I think that we can not only increase the adoptions that way, we can increase revenue to the city and decrease the overpopulation, which is probably the crux of the problem here in LA.
Save a little of the passions for the horses, too.
Horses and
raccoons. A lot of equestrians in my district and Mr. Smith's district and the second district from which you hail and Mr. Padilla's district. Thank you very much.
Mr. Zine.
Congratulations to you, though.
Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I was pleased to meet you at the Public Safety, was that yesterday? Monday.
Monday.
Time flies. Looking at your experience and military experience, bachelor's in psychology, city attorney's office, district attorney's office as a prosecutor, you have a variety of talents that you bring to this commission. And clearly, with what we're seeing with the population of the animals and the threat with the coyotes and the mountain lions and all that, it's a very challenging task. And looking at your background, your history, your tenacity, your determination, it's not going to be a problem for you as one of the commissioners to join those other members of the commission to break through those barriers and come up with some solutions that are going to be acceptable to the animal rights, which we have on one side, and the homeowners and the community members that are concerned about safety for them, their pets, their children. So I wish you well. I was very impressed when you came before Public Safety and very impressed looking at the resume and seeing you here today. And then we'll release you to go back and do some more prosecution for the
people.
The people of the state
Exactly.
of California, County of Los Angeles. So congratulations
Thank
to
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Other members of the council wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Unanimous approval. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you
Thank
all.
you for your service. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, items 6 and 7 are Planning Land Use Management Committee reports recommending approval of Mr. Jason Lyon to the East LA APC and Ms. Mary George to the City Planning Commission.
If Mr. Lyon can come forward and Ms. George as well. Members, once again, we have committee reports recommending approval of the 2 commission nominees before us. Members of the council wishing to be heard, beginning with Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, let me, of course, rise in strong support of Ms. Mary George, who's done a great job on the East LA Planning Commission. We're so pleased that you're going to be elevated and that our area of the city will be represented as well on the citywide Planning Commission. And I want to thank you for all the great service you've had and look forward to continuing that service. And I wanted to introduce to everybody a new commissioner, hopefully in a few minutes, Mr. Jason Lyon. I think some of you know him as in his capacity as co-chair of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, where he's not only taken on issues that don't have to do with land use, and I think really set a standard throughout the city, but also with land use issues. In the debate around inclusionary zoning, for instance, Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, with other folks, Jason was involved in putting forward a proactive response, looking at inclusionary zoning. You know, you've taken on individual planning developments as well, but wanted to afford both of you the opportunity just to share any thoughts as you're being elevated to the City Planning Commission and the service you'd like to offer today for the East LA Planning Commission. Ms. George, do you want to start? Would you like to say anything to the
Yes,
council?
I'm very
please.
happy, and I will do my best, as usual, to do the best we can for the city, and I hope that you will all recognize that we put our 100% into it.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
I am honored to be here. Thank you, Eric, for the introduction. I'm a proud resident of Silver Lake, and I'm a big believer in neighborhoods. I think LA is a city of great, great neighborhoods, and I'm a big believer in local discretion, so I'm anxious to hear what people have to tell me my job is. Thanks.
We may have the first, I don't want to make any generalizations, but the first commissioner who has his own blog. So, of course, you can probably read the ins and outs of the Area Planning Commission visiting jasonlyon.com. But anyway, congratulations
Thanks
to you
for the
both
plug.
and have my full support.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Both candidates for commissions came before Plum, and I asked them some questions. I won't go through those questions again. But I appreciated their answers. They were very forthright. They showed their experience. Both are representing areas that are going through some real challenges. I believe the letter that I received from Mr. Lyon, a reflection of a group effort to analyze inclusionary zoning, was very thoughtful. And that's the kind of dialogue you need to have in public. That's the kind of engagement that rest of the city and the city family, I believe, needs to digest. It's not a simple issue. And so as we go through these different enclaves and these different pressures of how we build housing for those folks who already live there. And I'm not saying we're building housing to bring more people into neighborhoods. I'm saying housing for people that already live there in of itself is a challenge, especially in the original suburbs, those areas that developed around downtown without the planning discipline, with substandard streets, historic hills that, quite frankly, are being imposed upon because of the dollar value that's now created today. And both of them have shown a very strong will to reach that balance and that compromise. For that, I thank you. I look forward to working with both of you, and I think the fun is just beginning.
Yeah.
So, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Other members of the council wishing to be heard on these items? Mr. Labange.
I just want to thank Mary George for your service. Jason, I want to thank you. And Ed, to follow up on what you were saying with Eric saying the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, and I'm sure under your leadership, Jason, I just got to say this for him because he's in my district, Marion. He lives in Eric's, but he's working the area. It's been the most progressive in looking at issues. Not all the issues I agree on, but they analyze them and they forward it, and I know it makes Ms. Hahn real happy because it sees that the neighborhood council weighs in on the issue. So that type of leadership, and I think both of your experiences, Mary, from your years of experiences here at City Hall, and Jason, your community experience will help push and empower people who come before you, where you have to weigh the merits on the land use, because that's a giant issue in the community. And members, I do think one of the greatest benefits of the charter reform, and I know we had two commissioners on the Charter Commission, one being Ms. Hahn, and I forget who the other one was, Dennis Zine, is to empower and push down regional planning commissions. It helps out greatly. So I just think the great selections, great choice. Good luck to both of you, and thank you for your service to the people of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. If there are no further speakers, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for serving the city. That's items 6 and 7, members. And again, all items approved today are going forthwith. Next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up public comment at this time?
Yes. General public comment, an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on matters within our jurisdiction but not appearing on today's agenda. And we have quite a few speaker cards today. If we can put up a clock, please. Let me call forward Rita Govea Rodriguez, and then we have a delegation from the South Central Farmers to follow. Are you all together? Rita Govea Rodriguez. Let me read all the names then. Gerardo Cárdenas Moreno, Isabel Ruiz, Miguel Ángel Pérez, Jesus Ruiz, Cupertino Erosa, Robin Eames, Aradio Hurtada, Nadine Diaz, Remedios Santos, Lorenzo Moreno Cárdenas, Alejandro Stevens is also here. Go ahead.
Yes, I support them 100%.
Thank you very much.
Buenos días, señor presidente Padilla. Mi nombre es Lorenzo Moreno Cárdenas. Soy miembro del Community Garden por 12 años. En esta ocasión no vengo a hablar sobre el jardín, sino los problemas que tiene el jardín.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lorenzo Moreno. I'm a member of the Darden community, and I've been there for about 12 years. I'm not here today to talk about the garden, but to talk about the problems related to the garden.
Okay. La señora Rufina me amenazó con correrme del jardín solamente porque mi hermano me ayuda, es un hombre pensionado que tiene tiempo para ponerle agua a mis plantas.
Ms. Rufina threatened to kick me out of the garden just because my brother, who's retired, helps water my plants.
Y yo creo que no es una suficiente razón para quererme despedir después de que tengo 12 años cultivando el terreno. Espero que la señora John Perry tome cartas en el asunto.
I don't think this is a fair situation because I've been farming that land for 12 years, so it's not fair for her to want to terminate me.
Okay.
So I hope that Jan Perry can help me out with this problem.
Okay. Hay mucha gente inconforme, pero le tienen miedo a la señora porque es totalitaria, porque solamente si ella dice que es negro, si es blanco, aunque sea el color rojo.
A lot of people are intimidated by her, and they're afraid of her because she's a totalitarian. Whatever she says goes. If she says it's black, brown, brown, red, red, that's the way it goes.
Y yo creo que mientras que esté este litigio, a nadie puede ella despedir hasta que no la ley lo permita o aclaren la situación. Creo que estoy en lo correcto y estoy aquí porque yo no le tengo miedo, me va a utilizar de tratar de correrme.
I think that as long as this litigation is pending, she has no right to terminate or kick anybody out of that area. I think that's until everything's clear and everything's finalized, she should not have a right to do that. And I will stay there. I'm not afraid of her until whatever is resolved comes up.
Ella en unas ocasiones ha cerrado puertas, tumbado plantas, lo que ella protegió cuando fue líder, ahorita lo está destruyendo. Ella sí puede destruir y creo que no está en lo correcto.
There's been occasions when she's closed doors and she's also torn plants. When she used to be a leader, she built this and now she's destroying it. And I don't think that is not the correct thing to do.
Una vez más le pido a la señora Perry que nos ayude en este caso. Gracias.
Once again, I ask Ms. Perry to please help us in this situation, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel Ángel Pérez, Los Angeles Land Use Coalition. I was given a letter from the campesinos at 41st and Alameda to read, and this is coming from a strong group of leadership based at 41st and Alameda. It's in Spanish, and I'll read it in Spanish and then translate it. Somos los campesinos 41 y la Alameda en Los Ángeles. Estamos presentes día a día para recordarles que una persona nos puso en esta situación que solo buscan su beneficio y no piensan en la comunidad. Cuando necesitan el voto, se piensan en la comunidad. Pero cuando la comunidad necesita de los altos funcionarios, no están para nosotros. Somos de la ciudad de Los Ángeles y pagamos impuestas y tenemos el derecho a exigir que nos dejen con el espacio verde que tenemos en nuestra ciudad donde sembramos verduras para nuestras familias. Y recuerde que algún día las tierras serán de nosotros, los campesinos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're the farmers of 41st and Alameda in Los Angeles, and we're here and we're there day by day reminding you that a person created the situation, and that person is only looking for their own benefit, and they don't think about the community. When you guys need our vote, you do think about the community. But when the community needs of the high elected officials, they're not here to help us. They're not here to be on our side. And these are the elected officials of the City of Los Angeles. We pay our taxes, and we have the right to demand this space, and we want to keep this space. It's green space. It's one of the few green spaces that we have in our city where we farm vegetables for our family. And just remember that one day the land will belong to us, the farmers. Thank you.
In conclusion, I'd like to state that all land movements and all agrarian movements are movements that include people. There are always two sides. There are always people who dissent, and there are always people who support. And in a democracy that exists at 41st and Alameda, an opportunity for people to dissent is always given. Opportunity for people to support is always given. It is important to understand that democracy at 41st and Alameda is being practiced on a daily basis. It's also important for you to understand that the campesinos that come here to testify view both sides, and an opportunity is given to all to participate. One more time, aquí estamos y no nos vamos, tierra y libertad. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Nadine Diaz, and I represent the USC graduate students. I'm here again to inform you that the students at USC support the farmers and their right to work and plow the land and provide food and nutrition for their families, children, youth, and the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes general public comment for today's meeting. I think we got all the speakers.
We filled out some public comment cards in regards to another issue.
Yeah, item 21, I believe, which had public comment in committee, and there was no motion to reopen the public hearing. So that item has been approved.
Right, and we would like
Thank
to make
you.
a public comment in regards to that.
Okay, well, that was done in committee, and there was no motion on the floor to reopen the public hearing. So the item has been approved. Madam Clerk, thank you very much.
I just spoke.
Okay.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 15 was called special by Councilmember Reyes, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Item 15, colleagues, is a technical amendment to allow architectural nuances to take place on this particular property. And just for the sake of the public's information, many folks are now improving their properties in Lincoln Heights area. Lincoln Heights is going through tremendous change. You can't touch a piece of property for anything less than $200,000 to $250,000 for basically a 5,000 square foot lot. And what's going on is folks are beginning to rebuild and tie up lots and build by right. And the only control that the city has is through interim control ordinances and through the different planning police powers we have for each zone. And so there is a lot of activity going on in Lincoln Heights. The folks are doing it by right, and we're doing our best to control the density. But the fact is, the property owners have a right to build or rebuild and improve. And these conditions we're imposing on this particular property is designed to strengthen the character and the history of the architecture of the first suburb of Los Angeles. So I just want to make sure that was clear and that I ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Any objection to the amendment on item 15? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 30, and that was called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just wanted to highlight today, and I know that I've had hearings in my district. Mr. Smith has been active on the West Nile virus. Mr. Cardenas had a hearing on Monday on West Nile virus, and the concern that we've had in our communities of standing water and looking at short and long-term solutions to that. And I have to use this time to also thank again the Bureau of Street Services. This weekend I was approached by a couple of my constituents who indicated that the city had come out quickly and responded to that standing water and in some instances had bored the holes that we talked about. And today I'm looking to where we can do our part, and particularly in the second council districts. We are looking at, again, short-term and long-term, permanently addressing the causes for standing water in our local streets. Given the financial situation this year, I wanted to apply other funds to stretch the response that we could have to the West Nile virus, and particularly in the second council district. What we have before us today is some of the CDBG dollars that were allocated to my area relative to street services, where $100,000 is going to go towards the reconstruction of damaged gutters, and we will be fixing another 40 to 50 locations in Council District 2. In many of these low-income areas, we have a number of seniors who are most susceptible to the potential of West Nile virus. So we believe that it's going to help the entire second council district, and I look forward to working with the Bureau of Street Services in addressing those locations within the second council district where we have standing water. So I just wanted to highlight that the city is doing our part, and we're doing our part in the second council district, and to thank my colleagues as well who have taken a leadership role on addressing the West Nile virus. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Other members of the council wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 39, call special for Councilmember Villaraigosa, and there is a substitute motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. Is Mr. Villaraigosa in chambers at this time? He was here a minute ago. Let's hold this on the desk and wait his return. Oh, there he is. Item 39.
Yes, I have a substitute motion here. On item 39, essentially what we need to do is to be able to transfer from one account to another some funds that are provided for under the TLUC, and that's what this motion does.
Okay, thank you very much. Any objection to the amending motion? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next items, Mr. President, items 73 through 76 were all called special for substitute motions. All of them have not, however, been distributed yet. Council only has 74 and 75.
Ms. Miskowski.
I think 73 has been distributed. I have that as well, so it's been circulated. So at least we have, I think we could move 73, 74, and 75 as what is at least on the table around here. I don't know what has happened with 76.
Okay, any further discussion on 73, 74?
76 hasn't come yet, so.
Any further discussion on 73, 74, and 75? Seeing none, let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
We'll await the amending motion, item 76, to be circulated. Next item, please.
Item number 83 was called special for cards from the public.
Item 83 now before us. You know who you were. I think we might have moved your speaker cards. Anybody here to speak on item 83? Members of the public wishing to speak on item 83? Going once, going twice. Public comment for item 83 is closed. Council members wishing to be heard on item 83? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 94, call special for Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to, for the public awareness, so that anyone that's watching Channel 35, that we had Mrs. Crooks in the council last week talking about this incident, 1300 block of West 85th Street. Today, we're going forward on the $50,000 motion for information that would assist 77th detectives in locating the 3 suspects that brutally beat her while robbing her at her residence. And so we just wanted to highlight this today in hopes that those who are looking or listening to the council hearings would come forward, anyone that would have information, that would contact LAPD about this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. And if we're still waiting for the amending motion, item 76 to be distributed, Madam Clerk, let's temporarily recess the regular meeting. And if it's the appropriate time, let's please call the roll on the special meeting.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 15 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, members. The special meeting is now in session. We do have a one-item agenda. Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, there is...
It said special one.
This is an item for which public hearing has not been held, and it's regarding accepting a grant from the California Water Resources Control Board.
Okay. And the Environmental Quality Committee has waived consideration of this item. Members of the council wishing to be heard on item 1 of the special agenda? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. That also goes forthwith. And that concludes the special meeting agenda. Let's adjourn the special meeting, return to the regular meeting. And Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Council President, item 76 is still on the desk. However, there is a special motion that has been introduced by Councilmember Hahn, seconded by Council President Padilla, and the City Attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Late Monday evening, the city was made aware of the intended decision of the County Board of Supervisors to close the Martin Luther King Drew Hospital's Trauma Center. The board has scheduled this administrative matter for decision next Tuesday. Immediate action is required because the City Council will not meet again until Tuesday. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Okay, let's, for the members of the public who are here to speak on this item, we're going to take 2 votes. One is to make the findings and actually be able to take up this issue today in compliance with the Brown Act, and then we'll consider the substance of the motion itself, and we'll take public comment at that time. Right now, we're just discussing the findings. Did you wish to speak to the findings, Ms. Hahn, or can we vote on that?
Vote on it.
Okay, let's open the roll on the findings. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, special one is now before us. Let me recognize Ms. Hahn for your statement, and then we'll hear from members of the public.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I introduced this today, and I'm glad we have the city attorney to agree that this indeed does fit the qualifications of a Rule 23. We learned late Monday night that the County Board of Supervisors made a decision to close the trauma center at Martin Luther King Hospital. And because we are in recess on Friday, the board is going to act on that recommendation next Tuesday morning at their board meeting. I felt that we needed to take a position on this today. While I was very shocked and surprised by this decision, it really, the more I've talked to our own firefighters, our own paramedics, the consequence of shutting down a trauma center in the county that is already overburdened and strained is going to have a devastating effect. I don't know how many people know that in 1980 we had 23 trauma centers in the county network. We are down to 13 today. Martin Luther King Hospital's trauma center is the second busiest trauma center in the entire county system, serving over 2,000 trauma patients each year. This trauma center is the soul of this hospital. Our own fire department transports daily 16 critically injured people to this trauma center. And this closing this center, as we all know, will add vital minutes to the transport of injured people, gunshot victims, those suffering from automobile accidents, heart attacks, strokes, stab wounds. And I'll let our paramedics talk, but a few minutes can be the difference between life and death. A 5-minute drive to King Drew Trauma Center could translate to a 20-minute drive to Harbor UCLA, and that can make all the difference. And while I'm particularly upset that this is closing in a community that has been underserved for many years, and in fact was the reason this hospital was built after the 1965 riots, the McCone Commission came out with one of their #1 recommendations was this community deserved to have full access to good medical care. People in South Los Angeles in the 60s were dying, not necessarily because of their injuries, but because of the time it took to transport them to, at that time, the County Big General Hospital. But let me be clear, closing a trauma center affects every one of us. It affects every one of your constituents. Any one of us, any time, could be driving on one of the 4 major freeways that run by Martin Luther King Hospital. We could be involved in a serious car accident. We could have a heart attack. We could have a stroke. We could need to be transported to the closest trauma center to save our lives. Closing this trauma center, my friends, will cost lives. The other thing I think is interesting, we've all certainly heard about the problems at Martin Luther King Hospital. We've read daily reports of the problems they're experiencing. None of us, including myself, has ever argued against reforming the hospital, having new management at the hospital, holding people accountable at that hospital. This community deserves an excellent hospital. But the trauma center has never been a subject of any report that recommends that it close down. This trauma center has never been a subject of a report that said it was operating badly. In fact, it's been the opposite. Since this hospital was built, the trauma center has been a model for this country because our own Department of Defense sends military doctors to be trained at the Martin Luther King Center Trauma Center before they get sent into danger zones and war zones for our military. So it does not make sense to close down something that our own Department of Defense uses to train its doctors. The other thing I think we should all be very aware of, we all stood here last year or earlier this year, and we urged voters to pass Proposition B. We took a position on the City Council that if voters would agree to tax themselves and pass Measure B, it would be in exchange for the promise that trauma centers would remain open. This is a breach of faith with our voters, as you know, as we're going to ask them one more time to vote on initiatives that would cause them to tax themselves. Members, I hope you will agree with me that we will take a position. I know I don't have all the facts. I know I haven't been privy to all the private, secret meetings. I don't know what's being threatened and what's not being threatened. But I do know that closing the trauma center at King Drew is not the answer and is not going to save that hospital. In fact, I think closing the trauma center will be a fatal blow to the community and to the hospital. I hope you will agree with me so we can send a strong message today that lives depend on this. Before we have public comment, I would like to ask our fire department to first and foremost come forward and from your perspective tell us what this means, losing a trauma center to our paramedics.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. I'm Dennis Keene, Deputy Chief with LA City Fire. The fire department supports the council member in her comments, and as you know, our primary concern is the care of any injured or sick persons in the city of Los Angeles. And we would strongly urge that the Board of Supervisors evaluate all options before they close any trauma centers, particularly one that's as busy as the King Drew Center. And as you know, that right now our ambulances are routinely waiting in hospitals throughout the city, and we feel it'll have an adverse impact on our ability to provide care throughout the city, because it is a system. If you close one, it does have an impact on the others. And we would again strongly urge that they evaluate any options before closing the trauma center there. Dr. Eckstein's the department's medical director, and I'd like to have him make a few comments also.
Thank you. Good morning. Just to echo some of those sentiments, I'm also a practicing emergency physician. I work at Big County, and I can honestly tell you that to close not only the second busiest trauma center in the county, but the trauma center that sees the highest percentage of gunshot wounds in the county actually is a travesty. These are the types of patients that are the sickest of the sick, and transporting these patients an additional 20 or 30 minutes to Harbor UCLA or County USC literally will mean the difference between life and death. The irony is King Drew Medical Center, as we know, is located in a community that's been ravaged by violent crime, and to take away their safety net, if you will, literally will mean lives that are lost. So I strongly support Councilmember Hahn's motion and urge the Board of Supervisors to reconsider or come to some other alternative plan, but clearly to assume that other trauma centers could take up the slack when they're already inundated on a daily basis, I think is very short-sighted.
Thank you, members. I know we're going to also hear from the community members, but I really hope you will support me on this and send a strong message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. I'd like to call forward members of the public now for public testimony, beginning with Teddy Watkins, to be followed by, and we can line up just behind the podium, Lottie Cleveland and Lillian Mobley will be our first three speakers. So if you want to step forward to the podium and go ahead and give your testimony. Thank you very much for coming today.
I'd be echoing a lot of the things that have already been said, but being a father of 7 and a grandfather of 8, there are a lot other types of emergencies that arrive other than gunshot wounds and knife stabbings and so on and so forth. There's swallow jacks, there's swimming pool problems, there's bicycle accidents, and a lot of other things that those emergencies are extremely important with our youth and our children. And once again, time ticks off life. And for those people to have to travel 20 minutes more than 5 minutes more, we're not giving everybody a chance. And I just want everybody to think about, we don't want to lose one person or 2 people because of dollars. I would also like to bring to point that someone spent millions and millions of dollars putting a helioport to support the trauma center at that hospital. Maybe somebody made a wrong decision by allocating those kinds of dollars to put a helioport in there when they already had one, and maybe those kinds of dollars are the ones that need to be saved to keep that trauma center open. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Lottie Cleveland.
Good morning, and thank you. I've contemplated, since I found out about the closure of the trauma center all last night, and I've tried to figure out exactly what I would say this morning. I prayed hard. I walked in this morning and I see so many people so busy. Everybody is involved in something. I understand that unless you have a personal buy-in to what's going on within your community, that sometimes it may not be as important to others as it may be to the people that are asking for help or assistance. I know that the trauma center has been a safe haven per se in efforts of saving lives for a number of years. I know that as young people walk the street and live in high crime areas, and you don't know if you're going to see that child or husband or daughter or wife the end of the day, if something drastic happened, you would want that person to be able to get the attention that they need medically. I know that if it was you, and if you lived in that area or traveled by that area, and something happened to you, that you would want the best medical help that you could get immediately. I wanted to just ask, what would you do? You have struggled and fought, I'm sure, to try to figure out exactly how we should save this trauma center. But I would suggest that you need to go back to the board and try again. Go back to the drawing board and come up with other strategies. Do whatever it takes to represent your constituents the way that we expect you to. I voted for you because I wanted you to represent me when it comes to issues like this. Well, now I'm calling on you to step forth. I need for you to step forth on my behalf, as well as your other constituents, and do the right thing.
Thank you.
So I expect that of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Lillian Mobley to be followed by Alejandro Stevens and Sean Lays. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm here this morning to support the motion that the Honorable Janet Hahn has put forth and tell you why the community is outraged. The community feel that the County of Los Angeles have declared war on us. No one came forth to talk about the trauma center and the closure. But we have to take a look at the Department of Healthcare Services, who's supposed to give leadership and oversight to the day-to-day operation at Martin Luther King Hospital. And through all the turmoil that we have gone through, no one is really taking a look at the way that the Department of Healthcare Services is giving that leadership. And so we would ask you today to understand the trauma that the community is going through. We hear testimony after testimony after people that have gone there and their lives were saved. I use the service, so I know they have qualified people there. And so we just want you to consider what's actually happening, that they're ripping this institution apart, brick by brick, department by department. And if we don't look at what's going on with the Department of Healthcare Services, none of the other hospitals have to go through what we go through. They have malpractice insurance and they have a morgue. They have tragic incidents that happen, but if it hit the paper, only one time. If the news pick it up, it's one time and it's squashed. So we have to look at the overall operation of the delivery service from LA County and govern yourself in your mind according to that. But we would ask for your help in dealing with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker will be Alejandro Stevens, be followed by Sean Lays, and be followed by Janine Watkins.
Good morning. My name is Alejandro Stevens. I'm president of Service Employees International Union Local 660. And I'm going to be very brief because I believe that the message is clear and the message has been presented by the Honorable Councilwoman Janice Hahn. 2 years ago, the board proposed closing Martin Luther King Hospital and Harbor, UCLA. It was Local 660 and others that led that movement that asked members of the community and the voters to assess themselves. An increase that hasn't happened or didn't happen since the 1980s. This measure passed overwhelmingly. Over 71% of the voters said yes, and they wanted to save lives. Today we are hearing that the Board of Supervisors is proposing closing Martin Luther King. So as the councilwoman said, really, why? We asked the question. It's not about money because This measure generates over $168 million a year to make sure that the trauma center stays open. The question is, who will pick up the slack? Will the private pick up the slack for the 170 to 200 incidents that goes through Martin Luther King? I doubt it very much. I'd like to remind the council also that prior to the 80s, there were 23 trauma centers. Today, there are only 13. And if we close this one, there will only be 12. We need to keep the trauma centers open. We don't believe that it is an issue. We believe that the board needs to go back to the drawing table and find another option. Closing the trauma center is not an option for the Board of Supervisors, and I'm here to ask your support today and really ask you to make a statement by coming and joining us on Tuesday, September the 21st at the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Sean Lays, to be followed by Janine Watkins and Gregory Brown.
I'm here to speak in favor of this resolution. I understand that if your interest is in holding this hospital accountable to meeting standards, you might see how closing things is an option. But if your goal is to make sure that this community's healthcare needs are met, closing the trauma center makes no sense. If there's one part of the hospital that needs to remain open, it's the trauma center. I live in Watts. I've been a high school teacher in Watts for 4 years. I know few people who've spent more than a year in Watts without being closely touched by the need for that trauma center. We've had students taken directly from our school to that trauma center. I don't like to speak about the violence in my neighborhood, but it's there and it's real. And I know people personally whose lives have been saved by that trauma center. And I would say that most people in Watts know personally people whose lives have been saved by that trauma center. And we need that trauma center. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Janine Watkins, to be followed by Gregory Brown and Kenneth Ellsworth.
Yes, my name is Janine Watkins. My family history dates back to 1921 in Watts. I'd like to thank Janice for being so brave to bring this before the board, and I'd like to thank the quiet working fire department that continues to save lives and put out fires in our neighborhood, and we don't give them enough credit for what they do. Unfortunately, if you allow this trauma center to close, it's going to have a rippling effect, because even though the county and the city have different funding sources, they are connected in giving services to the citizens of this county. It is apparent to us that the County of Los Angeles, the Department of Health Services, is mismanaging funds, understaffing the hospital. They place blame in the paper on Drew University, but the reality is a county employee cannot be governed by a non-county employee. So we're understaffed, and they are dissecting the hospital every day. Finucane has been released. Garthwaite is put in his place. But there are employees that were there when Finucane was in office that were mismanaging the hospital and continue to mismanage that hospital. It is not the citizens' fault that that hospital is not functioning at top performance. It is the County of LA's fault, and the County of LA needs to step up and take responsibility for dissecting the hospital and mismanaging those funds. And until the County of Los Angeles does that, the city is in jeopardy of their funds being mismanaged, because if they allow this to happen, that community is not only under siege, it is going to explode, because under LAUSD, under LAPD, under the county managing that hospital, the population there is so large, it is so poor, there's nowhere for us to go. There's nowhere for us to go. You can't get to Harbor. You can't get to USC. We need that hospital. The city needs that hospital in order to provide those services. So please, stand with your fellow councilwoman and do what's best for the county and city of LA, and work together with the county to have them step forward to take part in what has been their mismanagement in regards to the city and city funding and county funding for the citizens of Los Angeles.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Gregory Brown, Kenneth Ellsworth, and then Genevieve
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Cleverel.
I was born in the Watts community, and I was born on the freeway going to General Hospital. If Martin Luther King was there back then, I would have went there. Whole thing. I also got shot in 1989. I'm a testimony in 1989, and in the housing development. Now, being shot, the ambulance came and got me, and hitting them bumps is very traumatizing. You know, it hurts, it's painful. You could die just by trying to get somewhere, you know. But they took me to Martin Luther King, which is the best in the world, because you already know that they, as the councilwoman said, that they send the best to Iraq out of everywhere else. They train there at Martin Luther King, because we know that everybody that's in this community, the first place they go, that everybody gets shot or in an accident or whatever, goes to Martin Luther King. My sister got stabbed in the heart. She went to Martin Luther King, they saved her life. I ran Olympic in the housing development. A little boy broke his leg going over the gate. He had to go to Martin Luther King. And you taking this away? How long is it going to take them to get to wherever they got to go? Do they got to go back? Are we going to have to go back to General Hospital? I mean, that long ride to Harvard, the paramedics don't want to drive that far. They already know the traffic. You know, that's going to be hard. You know what I mean? They're going to have to try to find another route.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Kenneth Ellsworth and Genevieve Cleverel.
Good morning, council members, Mr. President. My name is Kenneth Ellsworth, and I've been a resident of Watts community for over 40 years. And I have been one of them stab victims and one of them random shooting victims. And this is kind of personal to me, because I feel that if it wasn't for Martin Luther King, I wouldn't be standing before you right here today. Each time I was a victim of violence, I was on my deathbed each time. And today, I'm just saying that we need this hospital. We need this trauma center badly, especially in our community. And that with the lives that we can save, I just hope that I can be a part of it, and hope that we can get a message across that this hospital and trauma center is needed. And I'm living proof that they can do good service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Genevieve Cleverel. Genevieve? Genevieve, you're the next speaker. It's your turn. It's to be followed by Tim Watkins and Maritza Vasquez.
Good morning. My name is Genevieve Cleverel. First of all, I really want to thank you for taking that issue so rapidly. I think we are in a crisis. I think there is a lot of things that have happened who are totally inappropriate. Personally, myself, I filed a civil grand jury inquiry on the behavior of DHS in the county of Los Angeles, specifically how they have been dealing with the health of our county. The decision to close the trauma center is absurd. We have had 2 full management teams at King Drew for the last 9 months. The situation is worse now than before. We have spent millions of dollars to try to improve it. Instead, we have destroyed it, unit by unit. You know, Councilwoman Janice Hahn said she doesn't have all the facts. I think nobody has all the facts. We have requested information under the Freedom of Information Act. Every month, letter after letter, request after request. Supervisor Antonovich has written letter after letter to support my request. Up to today, we have not received the information. We have a couple of drafts trying to explain what the Camden Group has been doing at MLK. I think they have got it. They have destroyed it. I think they should be made to be accountable for the money they have spent. Personally, I think they should come to a hearing, testify under oath, and we should demand our money back. Yes, we should. And I think eventually it will happen. I think there is no reason where we are today with King Drew. The last thing we should do is to close the trauma center. And contrary to a lot of beliefs around here, it does not affect only the community around King Drew. It affects everyone and each of us. If we had a bioterrorism attack in the next few days and a trauma center at King Drew is closed, very few of us will have a chance to survive. I think it's time to take in our hand to defend what is ours to keep. We had Measure B demanding money to save our trauma center. And we have Tom Gartright from the DHS, and that's his idea, by the way, because I checked with the CMS. The CMS denied having asked the trauma center to be closed. I think we need to make some accountability, and I think we don't need to close the trauma center. My feeling, and I don't know because we don't have the facts, is that some of the Measure B money has been promised to private entity to develop their own trauma center.
Thank you.
We are going to kill Drews.
Okay. Thank you, Genevieve. Appreciate your comments today. Tim Watkins, Maritza Vasquez, and finally Don Justin Jones will be our last three speakers.
If you don't mind, I'd like to let Maritza go in front of me.
Hi, good morning. I'm basically here just to, instead of having any tragic stories on Martin Luther King, I'm happy to say that I was born there as well as my other 9 siblings. My mom, every time she has something wrong with herself or one of us, the first place that she would run us to would be Martin Luther King. I've lived in South Central ever since I was born. And I just have to say that closing down Martin Luther King will really affect adults, seniors, and children, because most parents from the hood, as they say, they transfer us to Martin Luther King instead of taking us to Children's Hospital or USC. But basically, my understanding today and what I'm here for is to oppose of that closing, since I've been in that position in that hospital since I was born. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maritza. Welcome, Tim.
I'm Tim Watkins from Watts Labor Community Action Committee. Just wanted to share that I was born in Temple Hospital. My mother got on a bus and rode downtown to get to the hospital to deliver me. Where she got on the bus from was down in South Central. We lived in Palm Lane. She lived in Palm Lane Housing Project, which is where Martin Luther King Hospital is now. I just think that it's a tragic issue to consider that 40 years after the Watts riots, 40 years after the McCone Commission got together and determined that out of all human issues, out of all need in the South Central Los Angeles community of Watts, nothing was more important than a trauma center. And that here we are approaching the 40th anniversary of the Watts riots, and we're talking about taking away the single most important service that the community was determined to be in need of. Yesterday, I happened to be down at the supervisor's hall, and I saw some of the firemen. There were about 140 firemen advocating for another issue, but I talked to one of the leaders there and asked him how this closure would impact them, and they said that it would make trauma service, the delivery of patients to trauma centers, only half as effective as it is now, because the time is doubled and tripled depending on where you're coming from. So I don't know how we'll fix this piece by breaking it more. I think that we all know that the King Hospital for a long time now has been a bicycle that we've been riding while we've been trying to fix it. I don't think that we should get off and lay it down and watch what happens next. At my organization, when people fail to do what they're supposed to do, there's a process that we go through to try to encourage them to straighten it out. If they can't straighten it out, no matter whether it's intentional or non-intentional, at some point we've got to decide that they have to be replaced. I don't see how making the community the victim of this is going to solve anything. Lastly, I think that there's a potential, if this city would join the community of Watts in finding a solution, that perhaps a federal injunction would slow this thing down long enough for people to get a look at the poor policies that contribute to these failures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate your testimony. Our last speaker today will be Don Justin Jones.
Colleagues, Council, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for an opportunity to speak in front of you on the issue of health and justice in our community. My wife is a graduate of Martin Luther King School of Medicine. I was the former civil rights officer for the state of California for the Department of Health. The observations that I have are on a slightly tangential view, and that's the impact of health and criminal justice in our community. Sybil Brand Institute for the Detention of Women has been closed for the past 10 years. So women who are in detention, who come into contact with first responders, who happen to be collateral to the massive trauma centers, are now housed at a facility designed for men. The bathrooms are designed for men. The security system is designed for men. The input, the visitation of families is designed for men. In the past, Sybil Brand was a crusader who advocated in 1968 for the opening of a women's-only facility. She funded it through an $8 million bond. It's been closed since 1994. For the past 10 years, women of color and those who've been arrested have been subjected to health issues. There is a skin-eating bacteria that's been documented by the Department of Health and the County Health Services that's running rampant through the county health system. People who are incarcerated for a short amount of time, and now with the quick release policy, people are coming in for 3 to 4 days, exposed to this bacteria, released back to the community.
Mr.
As
Jones,
a former epidemiologist,
I'm sorry to interrupt. As much as you can keep things just under our laws, we have to be able to address what is right before us. And I know it's a little bit tangential, but as much as you can keep things on King Medical Center, that's what we're hearing testimony on right now.
I appreciate that. And you know when I spoke to you that you said this issue was a county issue and that this issue should be addressed to the county officials. But when it is addressed to the county officials, Sheriff Lee Baca proposes a sales tax that will raise $675 million and not 1 cent allocated to the reopening of Sybil Brand Institute. There is money available in the tobacco health tax, about $300 million available to the county that could be shifted directly to this budgetary issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate your advocacy on this. We have 7 speakers, colleagues. Thank you very much to all the public speakers. This closes our public comment on this. First, Mr. Padilla, to be followed by Mr. Ludlow, Mr. Smith, Mr. Parks, Ms. Mizikowski, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I stand in support of this motion. And also, just to say 2 additional points. One is, this isn't a case to be taken in isolation. If we're truly concerned about the healthcare delivery system in the county, we also look into not too long ago when a decision was made on the east side of the county. Ellistar, I believe, is the name of a trauma center that's been closing, out in the San Fernando Valley with the closure of the Northridge Hospital. So this continues to compound on already overburdened healthcare infrastructure and safety net for many. But specifically, colleagues, I wanted to pass along a message, Ms. Hahn, from Supervisor Burke, who called just a few minutes ago to suggest that after the council's action today, if we're interested, it may be a good idea to invite Dr. Garthwaite and or the county CAO to come and make a fuller presentation to the council as to what some of their thinking is or what their points of view are on this ongoing conversation. So she's well aware of the action that the council is going to take today, but certainly this issue is not going away anytime soon. If the council should choose to do that in the future, we can select what appropriate committee that would be, or if not, the full council here on a future meeting date. So Ms. Burke just called and wanted to suggest that and recommend that, and Ms. Hahn, we'll leave that up to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Our next speaker is Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I appreciate Ms. Mobley and Mr. Watkins and all the speakers that came in here today. And I was just talking to Council Member Hahn when she had mentioned that she was going to introduce this today, and come to find out that the county is going to make their decision on Tuesday. And I understand that under the Bielenson rules, they are going to have a series of discussions. But the heart of the matter is going to be before them. And I think that with so many issues that have been happening on the city level, we've not been at the table on this discussion at all. And so I think this motion is an important motion to bring forward, mostly because we owe it to our constituents. I remember the advocacy of Local 660 at SEIU and all of the partners that were involved in Measure B. Probably the most compelling message that came out of that was how the whole county trauma system is like a human being. every aspect of the trauma center relies on another part, system, it relies on another part of that system. That if you take out one essential organ, in this case, one trauma center, it has an amazing impact on the rest of the system. Other analogy is looking at a glass of water that's full. When you put another entity into that glass, all the water tends to fall over. Well, that water are patients and human beings that are going in. The waiting time at Cedars-Sinai, a hospital that we would all tend to hold as one of the sort of corporate models and sort of the West Side, waiting time has gotten up to 12 hours in Cedars Trauma Center. I can speak on a first-hand basis about that waiting time. And so I think what the constituents who are watching this deliberation today should appreciate is that the council member's motion is an appropriate motion that we as a body need to get into the discussion very, very quickly and have a very clear picture on what the impact is going to be to our constituents, their children, as they are trying to get trauma care over this next decade. At the same time, I want to take a very, very deliberate effort to appreciate what the Board of Supervisors are going through. Our state representatives, as you can see in the newspaper, are on opposite sides. We've got so many different pieces of information coming to the public right now that it does warrant some deliberation from this body. In closing, as Mr. Viragosa remembers, I was the union rep at King Drew Medical Center in the late 80s and early 90s. And I remember with, almost as if it was yesterday, when I broke the rules and brought Connie Chung into the emergency room to videotape the conditions that our employees were being forced to work with. And Alejandro's remembering because I actually got kicked out and it was quite an ugly scene and almost arrested. But the conditions that our employees were being forced to work under, the condition that the community was being forced to deal with, really had this ugly overtone of control from downtown. Not relinquishing and giving the commiserate support that the community needed. And so I think it is an appropriate thing for this body to get involved with. It is a difficult issue for Supervisor Burke and for Assemblymember Dimely and many of the others whose district it overlaps. And so I absolutely support this motion, and I appreciate the council member jumping in and making sure that the city of LA is the largest entity in the county weighs in on this, and so I do support this as well.
I have Mr. Smith, followed by Mr. Parks, Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Viragosa.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. And I didn't hear all your comments. I think you mentioned to Ms. Hahn about talking about getting together with the county as we discussed last year and taking this further. I want to fully support this, first of all. I think maybe this King Drew situation is the straw that broke the camel's back, and it's time for all of us to come together in a public policy statement in the region. You know, some of you will remember just 2 years ago we lost West Hills Hospital, last year Granada Hills Hospital, a few weeks ago Northridge Hospital on Sherman Way has announced they're closing. We lost, Mr. Viragosa told me we lost one in his district last year. We've lost half of our trauma care system. Henry Mayo in Santa Clarita Valley is technically on life support, is bankrupt and closing. We almost lost the Tenet Hospital. This is a public policy crisis, and it's going to drag down our fire department with it if we don't do something, not just as the city of LA, but in the entire region. Our healthcare delivery systems in the state of California are bankrupt. 86% of our hospitals in California have been operating in the red for 5 or more years, and the system is literally collapsing around our ears. I have talked to our paramedics in the valley, and they tell me the response times from a few years ago have gone to 4 or 5 minutes to 7 and 8 minutes, and once you, 7-minute time frame that you begin to, the patient's ability to survive a catastrophic heart attack diminishes rapidly to the point that they're not going to survive. We can't afford to let this happen. Our delivery system is on the verge of collapse, and King Drew maybe is the rallying point. Maybe it's time, and I hope you take that message to the board that it's not just King Drew. We must save King Drew, but the problem is much greater than that, and King Drew could be the final straw that just collapses the entire system. So it's a systemic problem that we have to address, and I hope when you go to the board, you'll tell them, we need some leadership from that board. And if they won't do it, then maybe we got to go to SCAG or somebody else. We need leadership. And I hope you'll bring that message to them. Save King Drew, and let's go beyond that because there's bigger problems to address. And this fire department is on the verge of also collapsing its paramedic system as well. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Hahn for bringing this forward today. Although it was just recently announced as it relates to the jeopardy that the trauma center was in, we have gotten a lot of calls about it. We have a particular interest because, as I mentioned at one of our recent meetings, the 8th District has been subject to about 150 murders in the last 18 months. And as we know, and the paramedics can certainly tell us, that a difference between an assault with a deadly weapon and a murder is the placement of the wound and how quickly the paramedics get there. And if we have to look at that in the sense of saying another, say, 11 miles trip longer to UCLA Harbor, or even longer distance to General Hospital, we will ensure that we not only are not providing good service, but our statistics not only burning up our fire department personnel on the road where they should be available for more calls, but the victims will certainly not get the service, and our homicide rate certainly will go up. And one of those hidden factors, as we know with gun violence, a large number of the people that are injured also because of being paraplegic and a lot of other injuries because of gunshots, they will suffer even more because not everyone that's shot unfortunately dies, but they are seriously injured, and without immediate medical care, they can be even more seriously injured. So I just want to add my voice. I would just ask that as an option, that as they go forward, if they choose to make that decision, I would hope they would publicize and clearly reflect what alternatives that would provide at least adequate service and give us some time limit as to how long they intend to close it. But I certainly would support that. We are asking and supporting you today, and hopefully we can get members of the county over to the council, because although they're in the county, they're dealing with 4-point-something million people that happen to live in the city. So thank you very much for bringing that up, and I think we certainly should have had our voice to it. And I think a while back we got some good information they were going to close Los Alamitos, and that's a aftercare program. And finally, they made the decision after I believe your committee looked at it, that they made the decision to keep that open, which is a major source of support for the city of Los Angeles and the county. We hope they make the same decision on this one.
Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure that I can say better than what Mr. Smith said on the issue affecting us all. It's not in one district and one hospital. And as Chair of Public Safety, and having heard from the fire department, particularly as we were doing a heroic effort over the last 5 years to ramp up our paramedic system and put paramedic resources in every fire station, we learned literally what our first responders are, and bar none, our first responders are our paramedics. And as trauma centers are closed, or as trauma center lines get longer, or whatever, people are aware that you call that 911 and fire department is there. And when fire department gets there, by its protocols, by its requirements, it can't leave until it has not only transported. We think, okay, you get to a place, you fight the traffic, you get there, it's over. It's not over until they've gotten the ability to deliver that patient from their care and all of that treatment that they are giving to an appropriate caregiver at the hospital, not just to stand in line and wait. So it is, as we were hearing those stories about the waits and the increasing length of time for the waits that people in trauma centers and emergency rooms are dealing with, our paramedics are going to deal with that. And you're right, this is a system-wide issue that affects us, it affects our trauma care providers, our paramedics, and we need to know more. The thing with this is we all know that the healthcare system is in a crisis. We all have the stories. I had a hospital, Daniel Freeman in the Marina, which, because it was nonprofit, couldn't close its trauma center. That one little hook gave us time that said they couldn't close it as it was being sold for a period of time because the state stepped in. Well, the state needs to step in other hospitals, that we could protect one hospital because of an anomaly of what it was and can't protect another in terms of that trauma center is problematic. I think Mr. Padilla is right. We should have the county health system agency and or the county come here. Mr. Parks is right. We need, if they, against exhausting all other things, can't do anything but this or feel they can't do anything but this, what are the alternatives? How are they going to deal with this? How are they going to, we need to know, not only we in terms of the public we represent, but we need to know in terms of the firefighters who are going to be thrust with the problem to deal with. We also need to know it's not only what they are doing, but what is the time. If they act next Tuesday, is it precipitous next Tuesday, or is there a 90-day period in which they will work with all agencies to come up with sort of, the Band-Aid doesn't even do it justice, an approach of what is done until we can bridge to something else. We need all hands-on involved, and it's not just a precipitous announce a decision and a week later make that decision. It's much, much, much bigger than that. So I support this.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. And I think a lot of members of council have articulated various issues, and I think one thing we have to remember, up until 1970, the city of Los Angeles had hospitals, which were receiving hospitals. But in 1970, and we had our own health department, the city of Los Angeles Health Department, we decided to consolidate with the county. I believe Long Beach and I believe Pasadena still have their own health departments. But I also thought, and as you were thinking, Mr. President, that it would be good to hear the Director of Health Services for the county here. I also think, Mr. President, we should have a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors sometime on issues that related to our communities that we share, because the borders are the same, the citizens are the same. And even if you look at the citizens of South Los Angeles, of Compton and of Lawndale and other cities that are throughout, this is a great facility. That could be, this facility isn't in our city, but it is served by our city, but what effect it has on other regions. And you go back. Things certainly has rapidly changed since 1970 with the number of people, the number of unfortunate violence that occurs, the number of need, but then also on the improvement of service. And as we all know, my father died one night in 1971 because there were no paramedics to revive what they would do today. What they would do today, and if someone had a heart attack like he had in 1971, he may have been able to live a longer life for that reason, but that service wasn't there, and that's how the plan was back then. But now we got the plan. We know what is right. We know that if you have a trauma center, it is supposed to work. There's a police officer. This changed everything, and I bet Councilmember Parks would remember the incident, Councilmember Parks at Hollywood, where a police officer responded to a call at a Woolworths at Vermont and Hollywood Boulevard, went into the door, and a robber shot him. And what did we have to do? We had to put him in a ambulance and take him to 6th Street to Central Receiving, and he passed Kaiser, he passed Hollywood Press, he passed Children's, and it changed laws that say you have to have trauma centers to accept people. We are living in the greatest nation in the world. We truly are, and we have advanced ourselves greatly as people, but we're taking giant steps backwards because our failure to keep facilities open, because our failure to manage care. We're doing the right thing by having a paramedic on every engine in the city and having a paramedic. And Cindy, you remember when you combined the services and all the work that was done to that. It's out there, but on the other hand, the county and their needs certainly should be articulated. We should find a way. I didn't see Mr. Deaton here, but could someone answer me the question about the tax that was approved to keep trauma centers open? Mr. Echeverria, you're an expert. So, does anybody know? Because I know that was
Mr. Labange, maybe that can be one of the discussion points when Dr. Garthwaite and others from the county are here. The issue has been raised by several of the public speakers, so I know there's a need for that
does
information.
anybody know? I mean, there should be an expert in this city hall that knows any tax that the city of Los Angeles pays its residents, exactly how active it is it in place? I remember it was a trauma, and it was probably at the hospital at King Drew. It was a trauma of a very foggy day where like 72 cars crashed on the Long Beach freeway in the fog. And where did they go? Did they go to King Drew Medical Center, and other facilities. And I just want to know where that is, and I think this will give us a great opportunity. Ms. Hahn, I think all of us share, and all of us thank your leadership on this issue here. And I think several of the points that made, especially Mr. Smith, the points that you made as far as how it offsets. And Alex, let's get the person over here. I was thinking, previous to your statement, invite him to committee and try to get scheduled, but let's have him come straight to council and find out what we can do to help the County of Los Angeles serve all the people that we should serve and make sure the trauma centers remain open. Thank you very much.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, thank you, members. Mr. President, I want to thank Councilmember Hahn for bringing this issue to the fore. You know, when you think about it, I was talking to Alejandro a few minutes ago. I co-chaired Measure B, and I remember stumping for Measure B. I was out of office at the time, and I remember stumping for it and telling the people of the city that the money that we were going to use for Measure B would go to protect the trauma centers, that we were going to keep the trauma centers open as a result of the passage of that measure. For us to go back on that promise now, I think, is the wrong way to go. I realize that the county has a big job with respect to providing for the health care of this county and ensuring that our trauma care system is open. And in an era of limited resources, clearly they have to make tough decisions. But this is the kind of decision that they can't make in a vacuum. This is the kind of decision that they have to make in a broader community. We have to figure out as a region, what are we going to do to keep these trauma centers open? When you eliminate a trauma center in a part of the city that has no other place to go except for County USC and UCLA Harbor, this has a disproportionate impact on a place where, frankly, there are more gunshot victims than any other area of the city, a place where there are less community clinics and healthcare providers than other areas of the city. This is a decision that has an impact that goes far beyond the closure of just one trauma center. And that's why I stand here with Councilmember Hahn in support of this resolution. We have to engage in a debate about what we're going to do about the fact that we have more uninsured than any other city in the country. We have to engage in a debate about how we keep and expand the trauma centers and not close them, especially one here in this area, which would just completely devastate and undermine the health and trauma care system in that neighborhood.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Janice Hahn, for your leadership on this and bringing this to our attention in a way that the city can act. And I know there's always a city-county rivalry when we say, you know, why is the city weighing in on county matters and the county weighing in on city matters? For the people we represent, I don't think you care where the city starts and ends and where the county begins and ends. This is one city, one seamless bit of services that we should provide as a community to the people that we represent, and there is interaction between the two. When we look at the services that we provide, things that seem like cost savings on one hand are often robbing Peter to pay Paul. And if we have to be the ones here in the city of Los Angeles who in effect have mobile trauma centers because we can't get to the trauma centers in people's neighborhoods, and if our paramedics and others are the ones that actually have to pick up that cost, we haven't saved the taxpayer one single dime. And when we look at what we have here today with labor and the community and all communities from the San Fernando Valley and Mr. Smith's eloquence to South LA, the East Side and the West Side, something here is wrong in Los Angeles. This is the most basic of human needs and concerns, life itself. And if we can't figure out a way to turn this back and say that this is the beginning of a wider conversation and a wider movement on healthcare in Los Angeles, then let's pack up, because today we have failed. But there's a glimmer of light, and I thank Ms. Hahn, I thank the public, I thank the union, labor, of course, for being here, thank our own staff as well for giving us that glimmer. And let's not be defensive about this, because we know what it's like to be in the targets of folks who are firing away. But the worst thing we can do, all of us, city and county as representatives, is to be defensive and not figure out how we actually save lives. So let's do that today.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Well spoken, Councilmember Garcetti, and all my other colleagues, and Janice, for you bringing it forward. I know it's your district, and it's an area that I spent many years of my life with the police department, working 77th Street Division when they didn't have that hospital. And knowing the violence that takes place and the demands on the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and it's expanded to the paramedic service. And I remember when they had just the brown van that would transport people to the emergency room, and then we developed the trauma centers. And Doctor, I know that your concern and expertise in the drain on the paramedic service when they transfer people. As we've seen, the trauma center is very popular at one time, and there was an explosion of trauma centers. And over the years, they've really withdrawn for a variety of reasons. But when I look at what happened to that part of the city a number of years ago, and promises made by the federal government and promises made by elected officials that that community would receive what other parts of the city have received for many, many years. And that was built, and that was built for a specific purpose. I know there's been controversy over the hospital and some of the incidents that have taken place, but nevertheless, there was a promise to the people of a community that were very upset with government, very upset with the system, and there were commitments made. And I think a lot of the people who have moved on in life, who have forgotten the commitments that were made to that part of the city of Los Angeles. And it's a shared responsibility, because every person who lives in this city lives in this county, and we share it together. While the hospital doesn't come to our jurisdiction, the people, whether it's a traffic collision or an officer who needs to go to a hospital, or a citizen of that community, or a traffic collision that we heard on the radio this morning where people are in critical condition and they need that to save their life, I support all of my colleagues to make this happen. And if we can't provide the basic level of safety with law enforcement, fire, and paramedics, I mean, we're building libraries, and we're purchasing new buildings to house city facilities and Department of Transportation, sanitation. We have all these wonderful programs to make a city and county work. But if we can't provide that basic level of service, a hospital, a trauma center, law enforcement, fire to respond when you have a fire, then what good is government? It's nice to have cultural affairs. It's nice to have art projects. It's nice to have festivals we're going to have today in the city. But what about the basic elements of government that they're responsibility to the people? And I think if we close this, we're failing miserably. But I go back to the federal government and say, what are you doing to help? We can spend billions of dollars in another part of this world, but let's put some of those dollars here in the county of Los Angeles for the people who have withstood time and withstood everything that's positive and negative. And I know WLCAC, all the wonderful work, we had a meeting down there, a council meeting, all the wonderful work they have done in trying to rebuild that part of the city and that community. So I totally, completely support it. And my heart goes out to the paramedics that have to transport people all around the city because they've got no trauma center and they got an emergency room that's closed. And if we end up with one trauma center for 4 million people or 10 million people in this county, we're going to be in desperate condition, and we're heading that direction right now. So I think the priorities need to be enhanced to say this is a #1 priority, more important than some of these other fluff issues that we deal with. And I listened on the news yesterday, the county debating how much are we going to spend changing all the county seals on all the county vehicles, how many dollars are going to be spent putting a seal versus saving someone's life. Let's get the priorities in order. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thank you so much. I've never heard some of you speak better. And it's clear, I hope, to the community that has taken the time to come down here today that my colleagues on the City Council have thought about this before, understand this issue. They get it. They understand what this is going to mean, not only certainly first and foremost to the lives of those who live closest to this hospital, but certainly for all those in LA County who might find themselves, unfortunately, in need of trauma care. One of the things I didn't mention, we mentioned a lot of issues, but certainly in this time of uncertainty with Homeland Security and a possible next terrorist attack, you know, we've heard all the reports. We don't know where. We don't know when. But it's clear that it probably will happen again. And while we have done everything we can to make sure our first responders have the equipment, have the staff, have the training to respond, what a tragedy if in the event of a terrorist attack, the closest trauma center has been closed. I think this is, again, an ill-thought-out solution to the problems that have plagued this hospital. And I want to thank all those who have come down today. I want to thank my colleagues, and I'm happy to continue this debate. And I think, Greg Smith, you're exactly right. This is an issue that we need to begin having policy debates about, the future of health care for the residents of the city of Los Angeles. But one of the things I want to do today is make sure that we call for full Beilenson hearings. It's a law in the state of California that no hospital can be closed or services be reduced until the community has been given a 14-day notice of the hearing, where what will happen is exactly what we've called for. Explain to the community what the intentions are, what services will be reduced, and what preparations are made to accommodate for those lack of services. That's an act from the state legislature in California, and so we call for those hearings to happen. And I'd like to see those hearings happen in the community, not necessarily here or not necessarily at the County Board of Supervisors, but in the community, because ultimately that's who we all have to be accountable for. Thank you, colleagues. Again, some of you, I've never heard you speak better. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do a couple of things. First, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on Special 1, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved, and as you said, that matter will go forthwith. Members of the council and members of the public, let me also serve as a reminder that there's an existing motion that is pending that asks our city staff to report on the impacts of proposed cutbacks in hospital services. It was continued from the August 6th meeting of the Los Angeles City Council and is scheduled to be re-agendized for next Wednesday, September 22nd. So timing is everything. And we'll communicate to the county officials, including Dr. Garthwaite, that maybe that's an appropriate time for them to come and be part of that discussion. And also, colleagues, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I didn't also mention the following, that a lot has been said about Proposition B that was passed, the trauma center tax. On a going forward basis, there's Proposition 1A. Part of why hospitals are in a bind, part of why the county's in a financial bind, is because of the cuts that state government has made on local government. And so let it not be lost on us that that plays a part of the equation, and the voters will get a chance to weigh in on that part of the dynamic as well come this November. Madam Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the substitute motion has been distributed for item number 76 that was still on the desk.
Unless there's any further discussion on item 76, let's open the roll on the substitute motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Zine requests to be excused Wednesday, September 22nd to leave at 11:45 for city business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Zine is excused.
Councilmember Hahn requests to be excused Friday. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that's Councilmember Perry. Request to be excused Friday, September 24th to leave at 11 a.m., Friday, November 19th to leave at 11 a.m., and October 12th, 13th, and 15th.
Ms. Perry is excused.
And that clears the desk.
Okay. Members, do we have any announcements today? Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to invite all our viewers out there, of course, everybody in the city family as well tonight, to celebrations of El Grito, the Mexican Independence Day traditional cry or shout, which is done simultaneously here on the steps of City Hall while it has been done in the Zócalo in the heart of Mexico City with the President of Mexico, Vicente Fox. We'll have the Consul General here. We have some great entertainment leading up to it starting at 6 p.m., including some ballet folklorico, Humberto Herrera, who's going to be singing this evening as well with Mariachi Guadalajara, Rogelio Martinez, Mariachi Los Comperos, and we have a lot of great celebrations tonight. We hope that people will come down. It's usually in the thousands, the folks that are here in front of City Hall, and we look forward to celebrating the history of this city as well as celebrating the independence of both the United States and Mexico.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just another reminder, I mentioned it yesterday, we've got a couple of, this is a busy weekend for celebrations and activities, but this is the 31st annual Los Angeles Korean Festival. They expect to draw 200,000 people for 4 days. Opening night festivities start tomorrow at 7 p.m. In conjunction with the festival, the Korean Festival Parade will be on Saturday, 3 to 5 p.m. I've been named the co-grand marshal along with the South Korean men's Greco-Roman wrestling Olympic gold medalist Ji-Hoon Jung. We're going to wrestle in the car for a little while. The procession will include the Korean American community leaders, LA dignitaries, Korean cultural bands, traditional marching bands, and award for Best Float. The parade path is along Olympic Boulevard from Vermont to Western, and the sort of kickoff location for the festivities is Seoul International Park at Olympic in Normandy. And again, that's going on starting tomorrow night throughout the weekend. And hopefully many of you come out for that, and hope to see as many of my colleagues as possible for the parade.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to announce two events that are happening this weekend. One is the second annual CD2 picnic, CD2 community picnic in my district, and it's really an opportunity for me to thank all of the community leaders who have made a difference in their neighborhoods and for various parts of my district actually to get to know one another. So this year we are having it at Valley Plaza Park this Saturday the 18th from 11:30 to 2 o'clock, which is at 6425 St. Clair Avenue, and we've asked that individuals that come, if they could bring an elementary-aged book that will be donated to our local schools. So this is a broadcast for many people to come out to Valley Plaza Park on Saturday from Council District 2. It'll be a great barbecue, and it's free and just a lot of fun. The second event is McCrory Arts Festival, the Da Vinci 3D show, which opens this Saturday the 18th and goes through September 26th. It's open daily from 1 to 7 p.m. at our McGrory Arts Center at 7570 McGrory Terrace in Tahunga. If you haven't been to that art center, it's a beautiful location and extraordinary art, and I look forward to having some of you come out and visit. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Great. Other announcements? Ms. Hahn?
Yes, folks, it's time again for the annual Lobster Festival at the Port of Los Angeles. I know some of you look forward to that and actually come down. It's going to be held this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's a great opportunity to come down and have a whole Maine lobster for a very reasonable price and get to experience the beautiful improvements that we've been doing down at Port Sacal and our waterfront in San Pedro. So everyone's welcome to come down to the 6th annual Lobster Festival at the Port Sacal Village.
Ms. Hahn, what time is breakfast on Friday?
Oh, there is a breakfast on Friday morning.
At 7:30 a.m.
7:30. How many of you are going to come and join me for breakfast? Are we having lobster for breakfast?
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I have two items to announce. At 1:30 today, if you're watching the television, they're going to be airing the West Nile virus town hall meeting that we had in my district just a few days ago, and it'll be at 1:30 p.m. today on Channel 35. So after council, keep the TV on, and you can see the information that the county and city departments are made us aware of what they're doing, and also gave us advice on how to prevent, hopefully prevent any one of us or any of our family members getting that disease. In addition to that, I want to announce again that the Deaf Awareness Festival this Saturday, the 18th, from 12 noon to 6 p.m. Is going to be at the Sepulveda Basin, Balboa Lake, and has various other names. But basically on Victory and Woodley in the San Fernando Valley from 12 to 6 is the Deaf Awareness Festival. And there's going to be a lot of activities and important information and a lot of fun opportunities for the children, such as rock climbing and things of that nature. And all of those of you who know who Mel Carter is, she's going to be the MC. So it's going to be a lot of fun, very informational. Again, this Saturday, September 18th, in the San Fernando Valley on Woodley and Victory from 12 noon to 6 p.m. Thank you.
Ms. Mizikowski. Other announcements, colleagues? Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Sunday, September the 19th, we will have Cinema Under the Stars. This will be hosted by the Downtown Center Business Improvement District and the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks in Pershing Square. There will be jazz and salsa, music and dancing beforehand, starting at 3 in the afternoon, and there will be Johnny Polanco and his orchestra at 5 p.m., and then the movie, The Italian Job, will be shown at 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. This is free. Bring your blankets and bring your lawn chairs. Pershing Square, Sunday, September 19th.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Other announcements? Final announcements. The only announcement, colleagues, that I have today is, once again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, Council will stand in recess this Friday to allow Council members to participate in the annual conference of the League of California Cities, which is taking place in Long Beach. So after today, the next Council meeting will be next Tuesday, September 21st. And if that's it for announcements, do we have adjourning motions today? Would everybody please rise for adjourning motions? Adjourning motions, beginning with Mr. LaBlanche.
Thank you. Members, tragically, at a young age, a Los Angeles City firefighter lost his battle with cancer. Firefighter Kelly Haas, who is having his services right today. He graduated from Long Beach Wilson High School and joined the fire department just in April 2004. He's a very popular firefighter in his station house, Fire Station 29, which is right on the border between Mr. Ludlow's district and myself, in the heart of the Wilshire area, serving Windsor Square and Koreatown. And he was very articulate and just a great person who got struck with cancer. And he leaves a daughter, Kendall, a son, Bailey, his wife, Cheryl, his parents, Jan and Rick Haas, and one brother, Jeff. He was a wonderfully loving guy who was a great Los Angeles City firefighter who worked our community at Fire Station 29. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Kelly R. Haas.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to add my name to that one as well. And as the council member indicated, the station borders our districts, and the services are taking place literally as we speak in Long Beach. So I'd like to be added to that one.
Other tributes? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I have four today. First one is James Bale, the retired chief of police of Whittier. He was born in Chicago, grew up in Pontiac, Michigan. He served 3 years in the Navy. After graduating from high school, he joined the Pontiac Police Department in 1950. After 10 years and promotions to detective and sergeant, he moved west to Palm Springs Police Department, and then on became chief of police of Sheridan, Wyoming, and then in '63 returned to California, the chief of Sierra Madre, and in 1967 he became the top cop in Whittier Police Department, where he served well over 20 years. He leaves his wife, Dolly, and also his services were September the 11th. He passed away on August 31st. Next is George Robert Wagner, a retired police chief of Bell, California, where he held a position from 71 to 78. He joined that department in '49 and worked his way up through the ranks. He also had his memorial services on September the 11th, and he leaves his daughter, Adele. Next, we have Leola Parker. She worked as a nurse at Cedars-Sinai and retired from Kaiser Hospital. She was a faithful member of Good Shepherd Baptist Church for over 50 years until she moved back to Birmingham, Alabama in 2001. She was an active member of the Ruth Ellen Block Club, supported and volunteered of many charities. She was born in 1922, passed away at the age of 82 on Friday, September the 10th. Funeral services will be held at Birmingham, Alabama, and also on September 18th, they'll have a service for her at Mount Moriah Baptist Church. And then finally, Mr. Joe Carey Westmoreland, who's the minister of music for First AME Church for 37 years. Attended LA City College, UCLA, earned bachelor's degree in '81, and in 2000 he received his doctorate at the Pentecostal Bible College in the West Coast campus. He had taught choral music at Duarte High School, Occidental College, and UCLA. And since '76, his gospel music composition to be presented in more than 100 concerts by major orchestras and 2 films. He passed away on September the 5th. Many of you, if you've attended services at First AME, he was a fixture in the pulpit.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to start by adjourning in memory of the father of one of our city commissioners. The city commissioner's name is Dean Hansel. His father's name was Elliot Hansel. He lived a long and fruitful life. As a young man at the University of Pennsylvania, he was the captain of his track team for 2 years, during which he set a record time for the university, and his running was televised for all to see. He served his country proudly in World War II as a navigator and was shot down over Yugoslavia. For his bravery and work in World War II, he received the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Purple Heart, and the Bronze Palm. For many years, he served as president of Hansel's Inc. He was also very active in civic affairs, and chaired the United Way in Salem, Ohio, was a president of the local Salem Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, and for 31 years served on the board of the Salem Community Hospital. He was a frequent visitor to Los Angeles to visit his son Dean, and participated in several fundraisers at the Los Angeles Public Library to help support library services in our city. He is survived by his wife of 55 years, Sonny Hansel, his son Dean, and Dean's partner Jason Murakawa, his son Randy Hansel and wife Harriet Hansel, and 2 beautiful grandchildren. My next adjourning motion is in memory of Edna. Okay, great. Yeah, Dean Hansel. Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you. I think he'll appreciate that. Maybe we should just put all
It's
members
all
on there.
members.
Yeah. He's currently serving as a commissioner, and a former police commissioner, too. Mrs. Edna Galdos passed away yesterday, and she was an active senior who participated in activities in Angeles Plaza in downtown Los Angeles. She was a 20-year resident of the center and was known for her enthusiasm and involvement in the community. She was responsible for creating the Ebony Heritage Club, which promotes African American heritage and the understanding of African American culture for seniors. And finally, I would like to adjourn in memory of J.P. Crewer, who passed away on September the 12th. He is survived by his parents, Pat and Barbara Crewer, and his stepbrother, Christopher Manzak, and 2 half-sisters, Sarah and Rachel Crewer. He will be missed by all who knew and loved him. Thank you.
Other tributes? Mr. Garcetti?
One other announcement, if I may. Tonight begins, I'm sure Mr. Weiss will celebrating Ms. Perry Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, this year. So we want to send our best wishes out to the entire community as we celebrate the New Year and the high holiday season.
Mr. Parks?
Mr. Chairman, sir, I forgot one announcement. For all those who had a relationship with Celeste King for the last 40 or 50 years, there's going to be a major presentation and unveiling of a statue in his honor at the corner of King Boulevard and Crenshaw at 12 noon on September the 18th.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.
You are watching LA City View, Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Councilmember Reyes.
I just want to rise and say thank you. The work we did in Pico Union off of Alvarado and Olympic is tremendous. It is such a difference for so many families. I can't even begin to count the ways in which it's improved that quality of life. Chinatown, I hear, is probably the third most used library in the city, the Chinatown Library. And the other libraries that emerged under then Councilman Hernandez as a planner, I had the honor and pleasure of working with you in that capacity. And now as the head librarian, I look forward to working with you, and I just want to congratulate you. It's well-deserving. I'm glad we're not losing that institutional knowledge and the incredible sensitivity you demonstrated to all the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make it short because I know we are in danger of losing a quorum, but I had to stand up and say congratulations to Mayor Jim Hahn, first of all, for his appointment of Fontaine Homes, because I think it's one of the best appointments I've seen come out of the mayor. You've been there for a long time, and I've worked with you over many, many years and enjoy working with you. You're always straightforward, give me the answers I want to hear, as well as give me the answers I need to hear. And I've really appreciated that sincerity. But more importantly, we have one of the finest library systems in America, and we've built that system over the last couple of decades with Fontaine Homes being the right-hand person with Susan Kent to make sure all those things got done and all those projects going on and all the districts got built on time, ahead of schedule, and under budget. And I congratulate you as the person who really oversaw that program and really had a major role in making LA one of the greatest library systems in America. I can't think of anybody in this country that can do a better job than Fontaine Homes. So congratulations. I'm just delighted to see you get that job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Councilmember Ludlow.
Thank you, Madam President. The first thing that I wanted to do was display my library card. Where's Tom LaBonge? Tom? All right, I just wanted to show you. I got my card. And secondly, just to, on behalf of all of the library employees who are here today and are listening to us, this is really a great day in LA. I've heard nothing but great things about you and your work, and not the least of which is what Councilmember Smith just mentioned. I last night just had an opportunity to celebrate the retirement of friend of the Vassie Wright Library. Friends held a great reception last night for Ralph Gilmer, and I know he's out there listening to us today. But this library system has become, I think, one of the finest in the world. So many children in my district. I'm just amazed when I go in on a Saturday and I see the rooms just packed with kids who are excited, who are learning, are taking advantage of everything that you all have done to make these libraries so immaculate. In putting it mildly, they're clean, they're efficient, they're professional, they're colorful, and they are a real tribute to the greatness that the city can be. And so we're looking forward to you taking on this post, hoping that you remember the 10th District loves their libraries. 10th District loves their libraries, and we're so excited about working with you. And I also congratulate the mayor on a wise selection, and best of luck, and look forward to helping you in any way that I can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ludlow. Fontaine, it's obvious that you have tremendous support around this horseshoe. Not only does Council 10, but Council District 2 and every other council district love our library. So if that being then, did you want to say something before we vote?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you again, and that truly libraries transform communities and are at the heart of every community. And I just want to tell a real brief library history story. The third city librarian was Mary Foy from 1880 to 1884. And when the position became open, the mayor lived next door to Mary Foy. And Mary went over to talk to him one morning. And by that night, she had walked all over Los Angeles and talked to all of 15 of the city councilmen. She said that her feet hurt, but she got the job. So I want to thank you all for saving me the work of walking all over Los Angeles and for confirming this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fontaine. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
That item is approved. Congratulations, Ms. Holmes. Forthwith, Mr. Zine has agreed to let Ms. Hahn so briefly give her presentation, and then we will take Mr. Zine in public comment.
Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to take up item 8, which is a memorandum of agreement between LAPD and the Harbor Department and the Port Police. And I just wanted to briefly have you all tell this council what this means, and particularly, can you tell me how this is going to enhance port security in and around the harbor area? And then I'll be done.
I'm Captain Ralph Tracy from the Port Police. We've entered into a memorandum of agreement with the approval of this body with LAPD to provide air support services over the Port of Los Angeles on an as-needed basis. This will provide a much-needed air unit for a platform for our officers and LAPD officers to monitor port security issues throughout the Port of Los Angeles, and it'll allow us to accrue about 350 hours or so of air service. But more importantly, it'll also provide an air unit that will be available to the areas of Wilmington, Harbor City, and San Pedro on an as-needed basis should the need arise. This is a first time that we've done something like this, and we need the approval so that we have a mechanism to pay for it.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that?
Only that LAPD and specifically Air Support Division looks forward to continuing the relationship we have with the Harbor Department and the Port Police, and we think it'll bring an enhanced level of security to the city of Los Angeles, specifically the port areas.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want your support on this. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight this good partnership between LAPD and the Port Police. And ultimately, we're going to get better security in and around the harbor area. And as you know, I never feel like we're doing enough in terms of port security. We never have the dollars I think we need to really, truly protect the economic engine of this region, which is the Port of Los Angeles. But I do believe agreements like this between these two departments really will go a long way to provide the security that we need, and also to send a message to the federal government that in fact we are being creative, we are coming up with ways to enhance security in and around the harbor area. So I just wanted to highlight this, thank both departments for coming up with this agreement. I think ultimately the residents around the harbor will feel safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. With that presentation, if we could, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I apologize.
Just briefly, thank you, Janice, for bringing it. I was down at the harbor about a month ago with Bob Henry. We were looking at the harbor and the security concerns from the ground level. About 2 weeks ago, I went up with Air Support Division, and what a totally different viewpoint you get of the harbor. And the Air Support is such a great asset to the city of LA, but I'm really glad that you've done this, because having viewed it from both down on the water level as well as from the air, what a totally different ability you have to police. And I'm glad to see this agreement, because I think it will make our port so much safer, and I thank you for doing that. Thank the department.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. LaBonge.
No, thank you very much, each and every one of you on that, and especially Air Support. I want to thank you. Lieutenant Smith, you've been a long-time member of the police department, and the innovation that you've had individually and also all at Air Support. This is wonderful. What I like, Janice, look at those departments working together to solve a problem. And we thank the Port Police. Please give my regards to Chief Cunningham, and Captain, good to see you. Thank you very much. Forthwith on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. We now have Mr. Ludlow.
Just briefly wanted to thank Councilmember Hahn for her leadership, and to thank the departments for what you're doing. We're constantly looking at the frightening images around the world, and to see this type of agreement being brought forward is just a good example of the kind of partnerships that need to happen. On a very, very light note, are you monitoring the status of the Saturn blimp?
We are.
Just wanted to know where they are now. They're trying to make 24 hours nonstop aerial flight. What does that mean to your department in the future of aerial photos?
We think the pilot's asleep. That's what we think.
They actually say that they believe that this may advance our ability, and is that something that you have any faith in, or something that you all are looking at?
Well, we're anxiously waiting the results of that test.
Well said.
Thank you very much. That being the order of the business today, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll? Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
That item's been approved. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Now we have before us item number 48. I'll recognize Mr. Zine. And Mr. Zine, you know we have numerous cards here, and like to ask your direction as we move forward on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. what I'd like to do is bring staff forward and have a few representatives. I think they've already been identified. If I could just have the folks in the chambers who are here for this item on the deferred comp plan, please stand and be recognized so we'll know how many people here showing interest in this matter. So we see the room is absolutely only a couple people sitting. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, we have the clerk's officer standing too.
Thank you, Mr. Lang.
We have two representatives. If you identify yourself, please, and I'll ask some questions and then we can go through
Sure.
this.
I'm Mary Ann Keene from the Personnel Department, and with me is Stephen Montagna from the Personnel Department.
And the asserting jurisdiction, which isn't used that often, it's what I've asked to assert jurisdiction, send it to Personnel Committee. The City of Los Angeles has a deferred comp plan where employees can contribute, no cost to the taxpayers, no cost to the city, they pay for the plan. And the plan has been administered by Great West, has $1.8 billion, that's B billion dollars in assets. There are 7 representatives that make decisions, the Board of Deferred Compensation. They made a decision recently to switch from Great West to another firm, Nationwide, and to administer the deferred comp plan through Nationwide. The 5-year contract, when it was up for renewal, went before an independent review, independent consultant, and Personnel Department. And both of those reviews stated that it should remain with Great West since they were not unhappy, since they were pleased with the service and the fees, etc. The Board of Deferred Compensation, however, and it wasn't a unanimous vote, decided to switch to Nationwide. Now, my office, as well as I'm sure my colleagues' offices, have been flooded with emails and phone calls regarding this issue. The concern that the people have expressed is an increase in fees, and the increase in fees would be, I understand, approximately 25%, and an additional $2 million in additional fees to the members, the city family that are involved in the deferred compensation plan. And the fees are based upon how much money you have in the plan. Now, as I understand, Nationwide is stating that for the additional fee, they will provide advice to the members. Whether they want it or not, it will be part of the program, and approximately 6 to 15% of the members ask for that advice, and it's like talking to a stockbroker. They don't have a magic wand. They can't tell you where it's going to go, but they can give you some information, and everyone, even 6 to 15% paying for it, everyone would be paying for it for the 6 to 15% that are going to be utilizing that. The concern I have is that this be reviewed and taken jurisdiction, send to Personnel Committee. We could hash it out and find out, does Great West give good service? Do you get complaints about Great West service? Are Great West fees acceptable to the members in the deferred comp plan? Or have there been problems? Have there been people upset? Is Great West not administering it properly? Are they not performing the function that we asked them to perform? And with the RFP that went out and with the 2 committees, the independent review and the Personnel Department stating that Great West should remain the provider for that service, the spin that this was sent to the Nationwide firm, not saying Nationwide is a bad firm, but the people that are involved in it, that they pay the fees, are very upset that they're going to have to pay more fees for a service that they don't wish, that they don't need. And I have never received a complaint about Great West service.
Nor have we.
And I've asked the city attorney if I need to recuse myself because I'm a member like a number of city employees involved in the deferred comp plan. They said I did not have to recuse myself because probably many people in the city of Los Angeles are members of that plan.
And Mr. Zine, you're about a minute over. I know you're trying to set the tone, so if we could.
And I don't want to belabor the point. I think that all we're asking today is to assert jurisdiction, send it to Personnel Committee, and have the CAO prepare a review of the RFP process and come to a meeting that we have scheduled because we're in a time frame, we're in a very short time frame to get this matter accomplished. And I'm going to ask you to add any further comments that I haven't covered. And Steve, anything you have to say regarding it?
All I have to add is that given a plan our size, we expected a slight decrease when we went out to RFP. The board had 2 options. One was a slight decrease, one was a significant increase. We would just ask the council to support the motion and let this be hashed out in Personnel Committee.
Thank you. Steve, any comments from you? Madam President, we have a number of cards, and I think some people have been identified to speak at the microphone.
Yes, it was my understanding you wanted to have a 5-minute, was
Yes.
that it, a 5-minute
Yes.
public testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If we could, then we will open up the public comment period. I do have a number of cards. I don't know, again, if these are the individuals that have been identified, Mr. Zine, but I think the first speaker is Cliff Ruff. The next is Diana Britt, Ron Samuels, and Judith O'Connor are the first four. And if you would come up subsequently.
Hi, I'm Cliff Ruff. I represent the 6,900 LA police officers that are members of the Deferred Compensation Program. We're the largest entity in the city in deferred comp. We're upset that this is going to change and charge people $400,000 a year for nothing. Their system is requiring members to subsidize a program that only 10% of the people are going to use, and that's not proper. This is a $400,000 per year, or over 5 years, a $2 million windfall for nationwide. We sent a letter to the board saying, if the system didn't offer lower fees or significant improved benefits, why are we changing? We shouldn't change for change's sake. There's a conflict in that in the nationwide website, they articulate that they're going to give a kickback to the IAFF for all monies raised. But more important, the labor representative on the board did not vote the wish of the labor unions in this city, which wanted to keep the contract with Great West. So we didn't have proper representation on the board. The vote is skewed, and we would ask that the council approve this motion and send it back for reconsideration and assert jurisdiction over this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Britt.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Britt. I'm retired from the City of Los Angeles about 5 years ago after 31 years of service to the Personnel Department and the City Attorney's Office. Before I make my personal remarks, I wanted to point out that even though there was a great show of people who are here to speak on this item, many of the people who put in cards and came for this presentation have had to go back to their jobs, like us retired people. Since I came to work for the city in 1969, I can't pretend to remember every bit of my initial orientation, but I do remember quite clearly being told that the city operated on the Caesar's wife principle, a quaint and old-fashioned notion that's intended to convey that not only must public servants do right, but they must be seen to be doing right. It appears to me that Caesar's wife needs a job on the Board of Deferred Compensation Administration, and to that end, I urge this council to pass the motion before it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Samuels and then Judith O'Connor. Mr. Samuels is not here. Judith O'Connor. You, Mr. Samuels?
Yes, President Gruhl and honorable members. I'm Ron Samuels. I'm a retired employee of the Personnel Department for 33 years. And my concern is that the Board of Deferred Compensation went against staff's recommendation, the recommendation of a well-respected consultant in this issue, and also apparently against its own guidelines in terms of not committing to not raise fees if a service for consulting for the employees were offered. Thank you.
Thank you. After Ms. O'Connor, who is coming to the podium, we have Cheryl Moore, Debbie Kindred, and Bob Aquino.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith O'Connor, and I'm a current employee with the city, working with the Department of Transportation. I have been a member of the Deferred Compensation Plan for 15 years and have been very happy and pleased with Great West. I also represent here many of my coworkers in the Department of Transportation who could not attend and who follow and support everything you've heard so far from the previous speakers. My main concern is, as members of the Deferred Compensation Plan, we do not have much of a say in what the board does. We have to rely on their judgment and trust them. The board will say that they have the right to make whatever decisions they please, and that's true. But in addition to having that legal right, I believe they also have a moral and ethical responsibility to the members, and to not vote in an increase in fees without first notifying the members at least, and then getting their opinion. I urge the committee to go forward and place the matter before the Personnel Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Moore, followed by Debbie Kindred and Bob Aquino.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Moore, and I've been a member of, been with the City of Los Angeles for over 27 years. I come to you and I represent ASME Local 3090, which is 5,000 members strong. A majority of our members are outraged at this.
Madam President, could you speak a little closer to the
Okay,
microphone?
the majority of our members are outraged at this change that has taken place, and that's going to increase our fees for services that we have not had no knowledge of, and we have not been able to see what they're offering us. So I'm saying to this council today to reconsider this action on behalf of my members, which is 5,000 members strong, who are still contributing to this. Who are still contributing to this fund. Please reconsider this motion and allow the Personnel Department to work out the situation for Local 3090 members, 5,000 strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Kindred.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Kindred, and I'm the president of ASME Local 3672. I represent 110 executive secretaries, all of whom are very articulate, intelligent, and vocal when it comes to issues like this. I've been inundated with comments in opposition of the change in plan. The great majority of my members are very, very satisfied with Great West. They have a lot of money invested, and they do not want the administration of this plan to be changed. So I urge you to send it where it needs to go for further consideration and not to give the contract. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Aquino.
Who was that?
That was Bob Aquino.
Bob Aquino? You heard your name.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, council members. I rise in support of this motion. We represent over 7,500 city employees at EAA. Our employees actually like Great Western as the administrator, and in fact see no reason to change. And in fact, we're also concerned with the methodology in this change without going into detail. So we do support the motion, and we would appreciate if the council also supports it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we've gone over the 5 minutes. I do want to read the additional names of individuals who submitted cards. Stephen Pressburg, Melinda Mariano, Charles Conyers, John Pattison, John Hill, Tom Whalen, and Holly Wolcott, and appreciate them being here today. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate all of you folks that have been here and spent the time from 10 o'clock till this moment. What I would ask my colleagues to do is to assert jurisdiction on this matter, and we will refer this to Personnel Committee. We will return to Council by October 5th, and I would also ask in this matter that the CAO prepare a review of the RFP process and the administrative code provisions pertaining to deferred compensation and present it to a special Personnel Committee meeting, which we will have on September 29th here in Council Chambers, and we would invite the city employees that are interested to appear on September 29th. We have a time frame, and we have to have this completed sometime by October 5th. So that would be my request: assert jurisdiction, have the CAO prepare that document, and take it to Personnel Committee on September 29th, and we will have a return by October 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Individuals that are present and that did submit cards, just know that you will have the opportunity to be able to also speak potentially at the Personnel Committee as well as when it comes back to the City Council.
Yeah, if I can just add to those in the audience that what we're asking today is that the order from the Deferred Comp Board be set aside, that the matter go before a full hearing of the Personnel Committee, and it will be decided at that Personnel Committee. We're not here to debate the issues today. We're just here to assert jurisdiction to rescind what the Board of Deferred Comp has recommended in the change to nationwide. So this is not the full hearing. This is simply to assert jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. We have Mr. Ludlow and Mr. Reyes on the queue. Madam Clerk, I know that we will be taking two votes on this item, one to assert jurisdiction and then to vote on the motion before us.
And correct, to refer that to committee.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. First, let me just say that I know throughout the halls of this building and throughout the halls of many buildings that the city represents, city workers sometimes look at this horseshoe and ask, what's going on up there? And all I can say is that you all have done an amazing job of speaking up, speaking loudly, and both Councilmembers Zine and Smith heard you loudly and clearly introduce this motion. I think it's time for the city council to listen to the city workers. And I also think it's time, and I think it's goes without saying that people in my district, which have been hearing about this, they've been reading about it, they appreciate all the work that you all do to take care of the city, and people in my district have spoken loudly and clearly. We ought to assert this and assert anything else we can to support our workers who do such a great job out on the streets and in the halls of the city. So I rise in full support, and good luck with this. I can't wait till we bring it back and actually get the thing finally done. But I'm with you, Councilmember Zines and Smith. Thank you for your work on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted, for the sake of clarity, we're going to be incorporating the information that was brought forward to the commission that promoted this decision. Are we going to be collapsing that recommendation with the CEO's report that you're asking for, Mr. Zine?
The whole matter before the Personnel Committee to set aside
Going to fold it all in?
Yes, to fold it all together.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I want to echo both Mr. Zine and Mr. Ludlow's comments about the activism and voice that we've heard in the last couple of weeks. So with there not being any other speakers on the queue, Madam Clerk, could you have the items before us, please?
The first vote would be to assert jurisdiction.
Okay. Please take the roll. Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Ours.
And then the second vote would be to refer the matter to Personnel Committee.
Okay, call the roll. Tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any items we have left on the...
Council has the public comment on items not scheduled on the council's agenda.
One card for public comment, Irene Kasmer. I don't see Irene present at the moment, so we will deem the public comment period closed.
The next item, Madam President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those will be posted and referred.
And there are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Grue requests to be excused. City business, September 21st, 22nd, and 24th, and those meet council policy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's for jury duty. So I'll have Mr. Villaraigosa moves and Mr. Labange seconds.
The next request is Mr. Parks for Tuesday, September 21st for city business. That also meets council policy.
Mr. Reyes and Ms. Hahn moved and second that item.
And also Council President Padilla for Tuesday, September 21st. A motion is required on that one.
Okay. We'll have Mr. Smith moves that with Mr. Reyes seconding.
And that clears the desk, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, now is our opportunity for announcements. Do we have any announcements, colleagues, today? Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to remind the public that United Neighbors Neighborhood Council Planning and Zoning Committee will be hosting an evening stroll on Wednesday, tomorrow, and starts at 31st Street and Prescott Court. catch this. The West Adams Heritage Association and UNC presents a stroll through Jefferson Park, including a brochure and map detailing the rich cultural history of the neighborhood. An espresso coffee cart will be placed at the corner of 31st and Prescott Court, and the coffee is free for the first 50 people who show up. Councilman Smith and others are welcome to and encouraged to come. Committee members should depart for South Seas House in time for 7:30 meeting. Come out, meet friends, and meet neighbors. Also want to encourage everybody to come out to the Korean Festival Parade this weekend. It is always a great, great experience, a great time for the city, and a source of great pride for all Angelenos. So a lot of things happening this week and this weekend, and also want to take a personal note of pleasure to thank Councilman Cardenas for the humanitarian efforts that he keeps showing, and today is another example of that, and really appreciated all the people brought in to recognize Deaf Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mr. Ludlow. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Announcement. Speaking of Deaf Awareness Month, I just want to remind everybody that we're having the festival at the Sepulveda Basin on Woodley and Victory, and it's from 12 to 6 this coming Saturday, the 18th. And if you want more information, you can call 213-473-7006. That's where you can voice, and the TTY phone number is 213-473-5990. And a couple of added guests to the schedule is going to, Mel Carter is going to be the master of ceremonies, and also Shazia Siddiqui, Miss Deaf California, is going to be there as well, and many, many other celebrities. So we look forward to seeing all of us Angelenos and beyond there, and this is going to be an annual event, and it's going to be wonderful. Hopefully it'll cool down this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. I recognize Mr. Smith.
Yes, I believe, Mr. Ludlow, didn't we have another very important announcement to make here? Is there a new voter coming in the 10th district very shortly?
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Ludlow has been very hard at work, not just for his constituents, but on behalf of the Ludlow family, and is proud to announce that he and his wife are expecting their first child. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Any other announcements? Okay, now's our time for adjourning motions. Do we have any adjourning motions today? Colleagues?
Members, I'd like to ask...
Wait, Mr. Labange, let's wait till we actually have everyone stand. Could we ask everyone in the audience to please stand for adjourning motions? Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Members, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Janine Francisco, who lived in the Los Feliz district. For over 40 years, she worked for the Peterson Publishing Company and lived a wonderful life. Unfortunately, 6 years ago, she was stricken with a stroke and had to live in a rest home for 6 years. But finally, the long call came, and Janine Francisco went directly to heaven. She was one of 11 children. She was very inspirational to me because she was my aunt who had no children, but she certainly was part of our family and our life. Her husband, she's survived by her husband, Don Francisco, was one of the original writers for Hot Rod magazine and a hot rod enthusiast extraordinaire. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Janine Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Any other adjourning motions today? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Council's adjourned. Thank you.